Perfect. Hi, Mena. We're live? Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call to order this month's Governance and Policy Committee meeting. My name is Yalini Rajakulasingam. I'm the trustee for Scarborough North and the chair for the Governance and Policy Committee. I'd ask that everyone, if you're able to please stand for the land acknowledgement. Upon this earth, where rivers flow, on Indigenous land, histories glow. Acknowledging traditions, ancient and grand, we stand united on this sacred land. From sunrise to the moon's soft gleam, in this vast tapestry, a shared dream. Gratitude echoes through each tree for the First Nations, guardians of the keys. We acknowledge that we are in the traditional territory of many Indigenous nations. In particular, we acknowledge the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron, Wendat, and the Ojibwe peoples, among others, who have managed this land for generations. We also recognize the devastating impacts of colonialism, including the Indian Act, which has had profound effects on Indigenous communities, cultures, and rights. We acknowledge the ongoing effects of this history, including intergenerational trauma and ongoing struggles for self-determination and sovereignty. In the future, the people will do more to show gratitude to Indigenous nations. I'd like to acknowledge my settler privilege and extend my solidarity to Indigenous communities whose land I continue to benefit from. Many of us came here as settlers, immigrants, or refugees. I'd also like to acknowledge those that came here involuntarily as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. Thank you. I usually recite my own land acknowledgement, but today the first part of the land acknowledgement was written by students from Dr. Marion Hilliard, a school in my ward. The students had an assignment where they had to write their own land acknowledgement, and I think this is a fantastic way for students to reflect on our shared collective responsibility, our power, our privilege, and our commitment to truth and reconciliation. Welcome, everyone. I hope you had a restful March break. Welcome to our GPC meeting. So I'd like to welcome committee members Trustee Earhart, Hastings, Nunziata, Pei, Sriskandaraja, and Wong. In the room, we're joined by Trustee Laskin. If there are any trustees joining us online, I'd ask you to please identify yourselves.
Trustee Chernis Lynn, I'm here. I'm on my way to board. I'm just driving.
Trustee Williams. Trustee Williams here.
Good afternoon, Trustee King is here as well.
Good afternoon, Trustee Earhart is online. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. We're also joined by Trustee Wong in the boardroom. So first, we have the approval of the agenda. May I get a mover and seconder? Trustee Wong, and seconded by?
Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And we'll move on to declarations of possible conflict of interest. I'll give folks a moment to come off mute. Hearing none, we'll move on to delegations. Delegations are a way we hear parent, student, and community voice, and where they're able to address committees of the board directly and provide input in the board's decision-making process. Delegates and trustee colleagues are reminded that they're to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and not to engage in any behavior contrary to the board code of conduct, human rights policy, or delegation procedure. So up first, we have Jason Ramsey to speak on the revised barbecue safety procedure. Jason, you have 5 minutes to speak. Once you have a minute left, you hear a little bell. At the end, please do stay on the line as there may be some questions of clarification for you.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
If you could just speak a little louder, Jason.
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. And good afternoon, trustees. My name is Jason Ramsey. I'm an employee of the TDSB and the Health and Safety Representative with Toronto Education Workers Local 4400. I'd like to start off with a land acknowledgement recognizing that I'm attending tonight's meeting from the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and the Nisga'a people, and that this territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties. The revised barbecue procedure, PR 686, known as barbecue safety, is a vital document which highlights the many safety risks posed to students, staff, and members of the school community. After careful review of the proposed revisions to the procedure, the updated language is a proactive approach in mitigating the risk identified, although I have some concerns surrounding the implementation of some measures and their effectiveness. If I can draw your attention to Appendix B, Section 6, subsection 6.1.1, located on page 2, it states schools are prohibited from purchasing barbecues, including propane cylinders, and storing them on board property. Barbecues must be rented from approved service providers. Schools with existing barbecues, whether purchased or donated, must have the condition of the barbecue, including propane cylinders, inspected annually to ensure its safe operation. Due to safety concerns and liability, the use of broiled barbecues from members of the school community is not allowed. My concerns are as follows. Paragraph 1 states propane cylinders are prohibited from being stored on board property, but doesn't elaborate as to how existing barbecues and propane cylinders will be stored. Additionally, as much as I'm in favor of inspections to ensure barbecues and propane cylinders are safely operational, unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be any context as to who would be conducting the inspections using either internal staff or external vendors and what training they would need to have. Finally, I do commend the TDSB on prescribing the requirement to have a safe food handling certification as part of the procedure to ensure those operating barbecues and propane cylinders are knowledgeable in their use and safe operation. Although I would like to note that this requirement comes at a cost, and as we move into warmer weather, ensuring staff have this designated certification should be made available prior to the implementation date of September 1st, 2024, which can be completed on PD days to mitigate the overall cost and to ensure equitable access to training. Thank you for your time, and I can take any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Jason. Just give us one moment. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Oh, Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can I just clarify what you were raising is some mixed messaging within the procedures that, as I understand it, and I do have it open in front of me, the schools with existing barbecues can have them on site, including their cylinders, but they're to be inspected annually. So your question was, who does the inspection? But the second point is their schools are prohibited from purchasing barbecues, including propane cylinders, and storing them on board property. So in actual effect, until this procedure actually comes into enforcement, schools can still buy barbecues with protein and store them on school property. Is that your concern that you were raising?
Thank you, Trustee. So in part, that can be an issue prior to the implementation of this procedure, but after the fact, when this process is put into place, schools that have existing barbecues and propane cylinders, because they're now prohibited from being on board property, where would they be stored? Either in schools or off-sites, administrative building, outside storages. It appears that new barbecues and propane cylinders are not able to be stored, but existing ones can remain. And to the second point, yes, who would be conducting those inspections on the barbecues and propane cylinders, and what type of training would they need to have, either internally with staff or externally with vendors to have those completed.
Thank you. I'll follow up with staff when this item comes up, because I also have some concerns about very mixed messaging that are included in these procedures. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the delegation. I did just have one question of clarification through the chair. In your experience, how often are staff operating the barbecues? And I ask because in my communities, typically the barbecues are used for fun fairs where parents are operating them. So Are a large number of staff interacting with barbecues at all, to your knowledge?
And thank you, Trustee. And through the chair, it hasn't been an apparent issue for staff using barbecues that I've experienced. I would agree with you that a lot of the time it is done through fun fairs or graduations when there is warmer weather. Perhaps sometimes during summer school, the barbecues may be used. But I was really just speaking to the amendments to the procedure and how they would be applied, because a lot of the time when procedures or policies are updated, making sure that information is communicated out to schools and staff in a timely manner. And because there are aspects of training with this, with inspections and the safe food handling certification, making sure that that's in place prior to the start of the new school year. So I do know that schools and administrative buildings do use them frequently in the spring and summer, but I don't know if everything that's being indicated in the procedure is necessarily reflective of what's going on the in the schools and the buildings.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason. There are no more questions. Thank you so much for your delegation and for your time today.
Thank you.
Moving along, our next two delegates are speaking to the fundraising policy. First, we have Ms. Lakshmi Gokula Paranandam from Muslim Student Association, Central Technical School, and Bloor Collegiate Institute. Oh, and it's in person.
Hello, trustees.
Give us one moment. I don't think your mic is on. Can you just test the mic out?
Is it working now?
I don't think so. Is it?
Check, check, check.
Oh, maybe try putting it closer.
Okay. Hello, trustees. My name.
Sorry, one moment. Okay, now your clock is working. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Lakshmi, and I'm a grade 12 student at Bloor Collegiate.
My name is Sarah, and I'm a grade 12 student at Central Tech.
We're here to tell you about our experiences as students within the TDSB who have been trying to hold a fundraiser at Bloor and Central Tech for humanitarian aid for Gaza, so that you can take us into consideration as you review the fundraising policy. Bloor Collegiate, or Bloor, is currently situated inside of Central Tech and has been since fall of 2021. Together, we share multiple student organizations, as is the case with the Muslim Student Association, which is where during late October of last year, when the humanitarian crisis in Gaza had taken the lives of approximately 8,000 people, that students proposed a fundraiser in the form of a keffiyeh sale. The keffiyeh is a scarf you see on me today. It's a traditional Arab item of clothing originally used by Bedouins and nomadic communities for protection from the sun. It's a part of Palestinian identity and culture, and over time has come to represent Palestinian resilience and strength. We have been denied the opportunity to hold this fundraiser by our administration. We have been trying to make this happen for about 5 months. And according to the UN, the number of people killed in Gaza as of last month is now 30,000. The issue which our administration raises time and time again is the air of misconception which surrounds the keffiyeh. We were first told by one of our school administrators that there are misconceptions about the keffiyeh, such as it is associated with terrorism and anti-Semitism. We were told that if we could do an educational campaign to dispel these misconceptions prior to the fundraiser, we could then proceed. As students, we spent a lot of effort and time into creating our educational campaign in order to destigmatize the keffiyeh, provide historical context, and dispel stereotypes associated with it. Despite this, we were denied again. We were also told by admin that selling the keffiyeh would amount to cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation is the inappropriate or unacknowledged adoption of an element or elements of one culture or identity by members of another culture. In this case, we were not culturally appropriating. We were acknowledging, educating, and acting in solidarity with a community who has been asking for the world to stand on its side. This is cultural appreciation, and the denial of the fundraiser and the ability to sell the keffiyeh contributes to anti-Palestinian racism.
The point we want to make clear in regards to the fundraising policy is the lack of an appeal process. Currently, at the school level, the principal can make or break a fundraiser. If we would like to appeal the decision of our principal to cancel our fundraiser, there is nothing we can do. This lack of accountability leaves room for bias and unchecked authority. It allows personal opinions and misunderstandings to dictate whether a fundraiser moves forward or not, regardless of its merit or purpose. In fact, the fundraiser was briefly approved for Central Tech. There was a brief moment when one school was open to having a fundraiser that the Bloor Collegiate admin was opposed to. We believe that this, in addition to the lack of an appeal mechanism, demonstrates an organizational flaw. If not for the fact that Central Tech was hosting Bloor Collegiate in their building, our fundraiser would have happened at Central Tech. We have also come to know from students in other schools that students who have wanted to do fundraisers for Islamic Relief Canada have been denied. Even though Islamic Relief Canada is a known, trusted, and approved organization and a part of Global Affairs Canada and Humanitarian Coalition, where the Government of Canada was matching donations dollar for dollar from October to November of 2023. Administrators' denial of fundraisers in these cases are often rooted in Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism. We also urge you to review this policy and our situation with an anti-oppressive equity lens. There is a stark power imbalance between students and our principal. We require an appeal process because there exists a conflict of interest at the school level. Historically, there are groups of students who have been marginalized within the TDSB. These groups are also underrepresented within administrative and executive levels, which means that the bias of the dominant group will influence decision-making. The TDSB equity policy acknowledges these barriers. For Black and Brown students, this means that they will continue to be marginalized and disadvantaged by a policy that has no appeals for decisions made at the school level by principals. When a principal decides to shut down a student-led fundraiser, it is up to the students to ask why. When we were told that this decision was made to protect students, the question is, which students? From the perspective of Black and Brown students, the message is that other students' comfort are more valued than our identities. I would also like to ask you a question. Have you ever heard of the phrase, speak truth to power? As Black and Brown students who have been trying to convince our school's administration of the harms that perpetuating stereotypes can have, we speak truth and reality to those in power. But without the will of the powerful, such as you are, trustees, we will forever be stuck speaking truth to power. Will anybody listen? Does student voice really matter at the TDSB?
Sarah,
Lastly,
I'm so sorry, Sarah, but you're out of time. We'll see if a trustee will maybe ask a question of clarification, where then you could add in your the last bit of what you had to say.
I'm almost done.
Can you? Okay, can you wrap up in 20 seconds? Okay.
Our school community wants this fundraiser to happen. Students in our school community have continuously been demanding this fundraiser and asking us if we'd made any progress. Our school community wants to help. They want to be involved in helping those who don't have the same privileges as us. As kids who are blessed with the opportunity to learn, we can't help but feel guilty that the children of Gaza do not have access to education anymore. It has been devastating having to tell students in our school that we have been denied the right to hold a fundraiser, and there's nothing that can be done about it. This highlights the flawed system in place that gives students little to no choice in what goes on in our schools. The two of us here today represent a much larger school community consisting of many Black and Brown students and allies, some of whom feel the keffiyeh is a large part of their identity. The decision to disassociate the school or the board from its students is not what the TDSB stands for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah and Lakshmi. We always look forward to hearing from the public, but I think many of us really look forward to hearing from students directly, because what you're experiencing in schools and how you're being impacted are at the center of many decisions we make, and it's important that we center it around student voice. We have a number of trustees that have questions for you. So to begin with, we'll begin with Trustee Dawson. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, firstly, I would like to commend students for coming out today to speak to us, to speak truth to power. I really respect your decision to come and speak to us. And your words are very powerful and well noted by trustees. I have a number of questions. You mentioned a CAFIA education campaign. Did that take place?
Yes, it did. It did.
Okay, so it's already taken place.
Yeah.
Okay. You also mentioned that the principal made some comments about the CAFIA. Can you clarify those again? What exactly was said by the principal with respect to the CAFIA? Something about it being a terrorist symbol?
Yeah, that it's a terrorist symbol, and even on occasion, the principal commented that it could be associated with neo-Nazis, and that it could make some students unsafe because of those associations.
Did the principal provide TDSB approved resources to substantiate those claims? Was there any research provided to you, or
No.
was that a personal opinion to your knowledge?
When questioned, the principal said that she had seen those comments on a Facebook comment section, and that is what influenced her opinion, which we thought was very unprofessional.
Okay, that is very troubling to me. I have you accessed our human rights process at all in complaining about those comments, or have there been any recourse in addressing them at all?
Not yet, but that is a part of our plan. We're going to go through the RBH portal, and that's a part of our plan.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Can you tell us the name of the central fundraising organization that you had wanted to put forward? I know we've had these conversations privately, but I just, for the benefit of trustees, wondered if you could reiterate the name of the organization that is that the country is matching donations.
Islamic Relief.
Islamic Relief. Okay. And I know I have looked into this without any success, but I will continue to look into it. I wonder if anyone other than me has been involved in your conversations regarding this fundraiser and why it can or can't take place, the central fundraiser specifically for Islamic Relief. And basically, have you talked to anyone other than myself and Trustee
Talked
Williams
to
about the
Trustee
Islamic
Deborah
Relief Fund?
Williams. We also spoke to a number of superintendents.
Yeah.
I can't name the superintendents because I specifically wasn't at that meeting, but Lakshmi and my other peers were at the meeting. Our fundraiser was denied. That was the conclusion of the meeting.
Okay. Thank you. And I will continue to look into to that central fundraiser for you, and we'll get back to you on the rationale as to why or why not we will be able to proceed as a board. And again, I'd like to commend you for coming out to speak to us today. And, you know, for what it's worth, I'm not on this committee, but I do encourage my fellow trustees who are on the committee to consider the need for a business arising motion regarding a fundraising appeals process. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Suskandarajah, please go ahead with your question of clarification.
Thank you. I think my question has been answered, but I'm just going to ask again just to make sure that I'm understanding what is happening. Just like my colleagues before, I just want to say thank you for the students coming out and delegating. You know, we, of course, love to see students here. We wish we see more, so please share with your peers the opportunities to speak directly to trustees. So yes, in regards to the appeals process, so I understood why the rationale was given by the principal. So did you all appeal to the superintendent? Sounds like there was a meeting that was held with the superintendent. Is that correct?
The superintendent and the executive superintendent, but they told us that the decision is up to the principal, and that it's ultimately her decision, and that since fundraising is an optional activity, that if she says no, then that's all.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. Thank you. That's all for me.
Just to add to the previous question that was asked, the superintendents that met up with us were Jennifer Chan and Jack Negro.
Thank you. And up next, we have Trustee Williams. Please go ahead with your question of clarification.
Thank you. And thank you to the delegates, the two students here today. I'm really thankful and grateful for you attending and bringing your concerns to this committee and to the board. I just wanted to ask you if you could maybe clarify and elaborate a bit more on the impact and the importance of the appeal process with regard to the fundraising policy that's on the agenda for today. If you could take just a few minutes to elaborate and expand on the importance with regard to what you've told us so far.
We just think it's unfair that one person's authority is is like the end all and be all. There's no way we can appeal. There's no like second opinion we can get, and even if we do, there's nothing that person can do. It's just all up to one person, and we think that the fundraising policy deserves an appeal process, just like many other policies in the TDSB.
And as for the impact that it's had on our school community, like I mentioned previously, like we are representative of a much larger school community, and they've been wanting to join in on this fundraiser as well. And whenever they would ask us, are there any updates? When are we going to be able to do the fundraiser and donate to Gaza? The only answer we would have for them is that the principal said no, and we just think that's devastating. If one principal says no, like Lakshmi said, there's nothing that can be done, and that's really flawed.
Okay, and through the chair, thank you. And just another question regarding the educational campaign. This situation led to an educational campaign being organized by the students. Could you just maybe expand on that a little bit more? I can appreciate the educational pieces, but maybe your experience of taking on that responsibility, if you could speak to that a little bit.
So when we were told about the misconceptions surrounding the kafia, our principal at Bloor suggested that we dispel these misassociations by educating the student body, and that's what we did. We created a PowerPoint for the morning announcements and for two TVs that are inside of the school. And another thing we created was posters of testimonies from many students at both schools on why the kafia is important to them. But that piece of the education campaign was not approved, and so it was just that PowerPoint.
Trustee Williams, your time has run out. It's my fault. I should have explained at the start that when a trustee asks a question, the question and the response combined should be under 3 minutes. But since I didn't explain that, I extended the time. So we have one more speaker. We have 2 more speakers on the list. So if there's any comments you want to share, then perhaps you can add that on to a response. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Lakshmi and Sarah, thank you very much for the delegation. Thank you very much for making the trip to be there in person after your school day. I just wanted to clarify, when the decision was communicated to you by the principal, was there any indication that that was based on consultation with any of the internal departments, such as maybe the Equity Department, Human Rights Office, your MSA advisor? Was there any communication of who else might have provided input into the consideration?
Our principal has told us that whenever she gets back to us with the decisions, she says that she's talking to her superiors, the superintendent, and I think the word they use is just central TDSB staff, or I don't know the name of a specific department, but I just know that they did say that they were consulting with people in the TDSB.
Thank you for clarifying that. And again, just thank you for the time that you've taken to share with us.
Okay, Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Clarify, are we talking about two different fundraisers? It's selling the kafia for students' use or community use, and then donations to Islamic Relief Canada?
So we're selling the kafia, and all profits from the kafia sale would be sent to Islamic Relief to go to Gaza.
Thank you very much. Was it ever suggested to you that you could split the fundraisers to have the kafia sale and a campaign, a voluntary campaign to donate to Islamic Relief Canada that you would organize through the Student Council?
They did say that we could donate to, we could do a fundraiser for Gaza, but not Islamic Relief. And also no kafia sale. Like that wasn't an option. The kafia wasn't an option.
So to clarify, not selling the kafias, but you could do a fundraiser for donations to Gaza through the Islamic Relief Canada.
We could do donations to Gaza through a different organization. That was the Bloor principal told us that she would prefer if we didn't use Islamic Relief, and we.
Which organization was she suggesting that you could donate through?
I wasn't in the meeting with her, but my staff advisors said this isn't for we had a different fundraiser we were going to do with a different club, and the organization she suggested was something to do with the UN, UNICEF, or just an organization tied to the UN.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Trustee Laskin, may I pass the chair to you?
Absolutely.
Sarah Lakshmi, just in your last comment, I just wanted to pick on that. So what was the reasons provided to you as to why you wouldn't be able to use Islamic Relief Fund? Were there any reasons provided?
Yes, I think my principal went on to the website, like the mission statement, and thought that we should pick a more neutral organization. But Islamic Relief it's approved by the Canadian government, and it fits all of the criteria for that issued by the TDSB and the International Disaster Relief Policy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, and I'll take the chair back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah and Lakshmi, for your time and for your comments. We really appreciate it. Oh, we have one more question for you from Trustee Pei. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the delegation. I want to have some clarification regarding kafia. I think you mentioned that kafia is used to be worn by war veterans. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that?
You said a keffiyeh sometimes is most often worn by the war veterans, right?
We didn't say war veterans, we said Bedouins.
We
Oh,
said
veteran.
Bedouins, and what I think you're referring to is that at one meeting I had said that to me the keffiyeh represents the culture of victims suffering from war and conflict, and because I'm from Sudan, a
Yeah.
country that is also suffering war, I said that I also wear it because it represents to me the resilience of those who suffer war.
So, what's really the symbol of keffiyeh, like representing, by the way? I just want to learn more about the clarification. Why you pick the keffiyeh as item?
Trustee P,
Would that be possible again to the other items?
Trustee P, I think the students just responded to that question. Do you have any other questions of clarification?
Oh, okay. I have another question. I understand, the principal said, like, when you're selling keffiyeh, she has great concerns about, selling this. So my question is there any discussion, because there's a, war conflict right now in the Middle East, okay? And I just want to understand, is there discussion about how this you're selling this keffiyeh really matter affect the Jewish student and school climate? Have you ever have a conversation with a Jewish student or Jewish community, or you have ever engaged conversation with a principal or school councils?
Trustee Pei, I think their delegation was on the fundraising policy and the need for an appeal process.
Okay.
So if you have any comments on that relating to what they had spoken about, please do ask about that.
Yeah, okay. All right. My question is, okay, let me say this. Let me rephrase my question is there any other item you can choose besides keffiyeh to do the fundraising?
There is, but we don't, that's not what our fundraiser is.
The reason why our fundraiser was denied in the first place was because we chose to sell the keffiyeh, and we meant to choose to sell the keffiyeh because the keffiyeh is representative of the culture of many students in our school, and to say that our students' culture is a symbol of hate is it's outrageous to accuse people of people who are wearing their cultural symbol of being hateful and anti-Semitic. It's outrageous, and that's why we're here, and we're here to get a way to appeal that and get second opinions, because people's biased opinions can, it can make it or break our school climate.
Yeah, I understand. You're talking about school climates. Have you ever considered other side of opinion, like the Jewish student, the Jewish teachers? Have you ever talked to them? How they're gonna view about your selling keffiyeh or instead other items, raising fund for?
Trustee Pei,
Yeah.
your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a look to see if there are any further questions. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello. My apologies. I'm on a mobile phone, and so my apologies if it's a little bit awkward. And I had a bit of a hard time hearing, and so I want to thank the delegates for coming forward. It's sincerely appreciated. And I wanted to ask, and forgive me if I misunderstood, I believe it was mentioned that there was part of the education plan that was proposed that was not approved. And I just wanted to ask for more details on that and what the reason, was provided for that. And thank you again for coming forward. Student voice is really important in all of its diversity, and I appreciate that you have taken the time to come forward today to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our posters, first of all, were by students. It was testimonies from so many students of different backgrounds at Central Tech and Bloor who spoke about why they wear the keffiyeh and what the keffiyeh means to them. So it was denied as per what my principal told me, because they would have had to get consent from the parents, because for the students who are minors who have had their photos on these posters and their quotes. And I think the reasoning was that you can't have a student's photo upon the walls of the school without the parents consenting to it. So I think that was the reasoning. There was also like a part where a student of Bangladeshi background had said that the kafia means a lot to her because her grandparents were survivors of the Bangladeshi genocide, and that she feels the kafia is representative of that because of the genocide currently ongoing. And they spoke about that part and said that it was too political and too charged, so that poster couldn't be on there.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time to respond to my question. That was a clear response. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi and Sarah. So up next, we'll move on to our final delegate for tonight, Andrew Waters, to speak on the fundraising policy. Andrew, if you can hear us, if you could press *6, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Hello? Hi, Andrew.
Okay.
Can you speak a little louder? You're coming in a bit faint.
Just give me a moment.
Andrew, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yep, there you are. Thank you. Welcome, Andrew. So you have 5 minutes. Once you're at your 1 minute mark, you should hear a little bell. At the end, we ask you to please stay on the line as there may be some questions of clarification for you. And when you're ready, you can begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andrew Waters. I'm currently treasurer of the Dewson School Council for Dewson Street Public School. I've also been a past co-chair of the school council, as well as I'm past PIAC co-chair and the current PIAC liaison. I also have a background that I think is relevant to this conversation. I'm a CPA, so professional accountant, as well as I actually have my teacher's qualifications, and I'm a current OCT member. So I'd like to speak about the fundraising policy. Just a couple of quick points. First is with the change of the policy coming, the system priority fund. So I think support that this has been added as a volunteer opportunity to allow anyone, school councils or members of the public to add money to the fund that can go to try to create additional equities within the board. But I think especially if it's funds coming from school councils, that perhaps instead of it going to be a revenue source for board staff on the things that they think are important, is that the fund should be reallocated based on a formula based on the socioeconomic situation of the schools. So that could provide better equity across the school councils. So not using this as a revenue tool opportunity. We're having these current budget discussions, and I really fear that by focusing this to staff, that would not actually get the outcomes that are desired. Secondly, there was initially the board staff looked at trying to ban alcohol at all fundraising events, including ones that would be exclusively attended by adults, both on board premises and off board premises. I'm glad to see that they've reversed course through the consultation, though the consultation was very silent on this, and only if people spoke up at the consultation process or provided additional comments at the bottom of the survey was there an opportunity to have that conversation. Again, board staff indicated they had never done any understanding of the impact it would have, and there are a number of school councils that one of their number one fundraisers is like a parents' night out, parent caregiver night out that does involve the serving and consumption of alcohol. Again, those decisions should be left up to the local school councils. Again, obviously there would be communities where alcohol would not be served based on the community group, but there would also be areas where parents, this is part of the community, and it is a legal product in this country, and it does raise a significant amount of fundraising for those schools. So the fact that no research had been done to understand the impact, I found a little disturbing, but I'm glad to see that the board staff have pulled back on the current policy going in front of board, and that it would only preclude alcohol on board property, and fundraisers off board property could still occur if the school councils who are elected by the community would want it. And again, this is, I think, goes to an example where board staff are not treating parents as adults, and it's a disappointing culture that I think needs to be addressed in the long term. Lastly, is the issue with the online fundraising. The current policy will forbid any fundraising beyond School Cash Online. School Cash Online is a horrible application. It puts a lot of demand on admin. This prevents fundraising from occurring. And the other piece about it is it actually rips parents off. There's no ability in the tool to differentiate cost from a donation. So if you had, like, say, a pizza lunch and you were going to say it's going to be $3, but it only costs $1 for the pizza, that $2, if it adds up to more than $25, parents should be getting a tax receipt for that. It's not possible. And the other thing too is, I think, quite frankly, the board is, if board passes this policy, is going beyond its reach. An important thing we've learned in history is the power of the purse is an important check on executive authority. And so school councils having the ability to control their fundraising to some extent without having without having to absolutely capitulate to the principal is a way of providing a check. And one of the most important pieces of a school council's ability to provide an accountability nexus on both the school, the administration, and board. This is laid out in Regulation 612. And so again, I think the board is overreaching by passing this policy to bring all fundraising, and likely in the future, all dollars under the umbrella of the authority of board staff. And likely this will result in school councils going outside of those to continue to support.
I'm so sorry, Andrew. Your time is up. I'll give about 30 seconds there. But we do have a few questions for you here. And to begin, we have Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you for all your volunteer efforts in support of students throughout the years in all your various capacities. I did want to clarify, however, that the reason why alcohol is silent in the fundraising policy is because it's covered under Operational Procedure PR 666 in community use of board facilities. And I know this because it happened at one of my schools this week. It's 6.1 in that policy about alcohol on school premises, and there are procedures that can be followed for permitting alcohol on school properties. Sorry, it's 6.11. So it's not in the fundraising policy. No one's trying to slip anything by. It's actually already covered in an operational procedure. I did want to clarify that for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was aware of that, and I'm glad to see that they've gone silent in referring to that procedure. Thank you.
Next, we have Trustee Lee. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Waters or Andrew, for coming to delegate on this policy. I find your insights to be very helpful. I just want you to clarify and expand on your first point on what will happen if we put a mandatory deduction from parent-generated funds to school councils. So in your experience and also in your capacity as a PIAC representative or participant, what will happen to those schools that generates a higher amount of parent-generated funds if any type of a levy or tax or deduction were to be forcefully allocated?
Again, like as I see it, is that's not currently proposed in the policy, especially since it was not did not receive a majority support in the survey. I do think that that has tremendous implications, and that and again, my real concern is with the lack of due diligence done by board staff throughout this process around this consultation. There's a fundamental lack of understanding of the implications of the policy once it's implemented, and I think there will be unintended consequences that will occur. I think the best way to sum it up is what I found this policy is obviously you have the System Equity Fund, which is trying to encourage additional fundraising to support priorities to support equity, but at the same time, there's a whole bunch of policies, procedures, or pieces that are going to be put into place to further restrict school council's ability to actually do any fundraising, right? So I don't understand how board staff can square this. That at one time you're trying to raise additional revenues to support equity, but at the same time you're layering on all these additional things that there isn't an understanding of how it will play out. And I think at the end of the day, there may be a pullback of revenues is what I suspect may happen.
Thank you, Andrew. That's helpful. Really appreciate it. And Madam Chair, that's all.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Seeing no further questions, I'd like to thank Andrew for coming in and speaking to us today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you to everyone who came in to speak. You've given trustees a lot to reflect on as we go forward in our deliberations. Now we're going to turn to staff reports. First up, we have the Learning Opportunities Index Policy Review. And I believe this is going to Associate Director Sarisco.
Yes, and good afternoon, trustees. Thank you, and through the chair, it's my pleasure to be introducing this agenda item for you today. Trustees, this is, as you know, a policy that is under review and is preparing to go out for public consultation. We were poised to just follow our timeline and put it out for public consultation as we would normally do, but I know that there was a tremendous interest in this policy in particular, and we wanted to once again bring it before you. It's for receipt this evening, the report, just to make sure that you are aware it is going out for consultation, and to be prepared should there be any outreach from constituents and the public to you. We didn't want to catch you by surprise, even though all of our other policies go through the steps as we do once that we've initiated the phase. But again, we just out of courtesy wanted to bring it to your awareness today. I do have Dr. David Cameron, who has been working intimately with the policy here with us, as well as Vitaly Plotnikov, who is our policy expert and helps guide us through all of the stages. So I hope that is helpful why it's before you today, and happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. To begin questions, I'll turn it over to Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. My concern is with the lack of detail within the policy as it goes out for consultation. For example, I'm not clear which staffing positions the LOI might be used for. I'm not clear on their exceptions. So I'm wondering, are you providing more information as it goes out, or are you referring that the specific categories, for example, would be part of a procedure? because I have articulated a number of times over the years about my support for LOI in some staffing categories and my lack of understanding of how it would fit in other staffing categories, for example. So I'm just wondering, through you, Madam Chair, when would that detail be coming? And is that going to be part of a policy? So trustees actually have some say on that? Or is that going to be only procedurally where it will all be decided by staff?
Thank you, and through the chair, and happy to begin, and I will invite David and Vitali to join me in the response. Trustee Laskin, if you look at the two versions of the policy, the one that is showing track changes and the draft, the new draft that is prepared to go out, you will see some augmented information, some expanded language, and a referral to procedure that is yet to be coming. So that the policy is not certainly not identical to the last version, but it has the same scope. The detail that you are curious about would be falling under procedure, but I'll invite David and Vitali to add more.
Can I just ask for clarification? I don't believe there's a track change version. At least it's not in my board effects.
Oh, I'm sorry. It might be the last. Let me pull it up.
A has draft, but it's not track changes. And B looks like it's the old policy.
Old version. Yeah, pardon me.
So I don't see anything in track changes.
Sorry about that. I misspoke. So the old version and then the new version without track changes. My apologies for the confusion.
So sorry, will we be getting a track changes version then so we can actually understand what's being suggested to change? Or has it been so completely rewritten that there's no track changes? Through you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Sorry, my apologies, and through the chair. My correction, my understanding is that it's not our habit to be showing track changes, but to be showing both versions of policy, so that I misspoke there. If you read the short, they're fairly short, Trustee Laskin, you can pick up the differences fairly simply. I hope that that will suffice.
Through you, sorry, I want to go back to my original question. So when we approve staffing at this school board, we approve big numbers. In the allocation of those staff to schools, can you clarify the intention of the use of LOI?
Thank you, and through you. Staffing is allocated primarily on very standard processes for enrollment levels and is determined by expectations from the ministry. Where the LOI is applied, Trustee Laskin, is for additional allocation. So there will be examples of model schools, for example, that would be applicable for LOI. So it's for additional allocation where the LOI is indicated, and the specifics of that would be included in our procedure.
Again, through you, Madam Chair, if I can just delve a little bit deeper. Will LOI be used for the allocation of vice principals? Will LOI be used for the allocation of school clerical? Will LOI be used for the allocation of caretaking? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and through you to Trustee Laskin, the chair. Staffing generally does not use the LOI in the examples that you indicated, that you shared.
My understanding is our current practice absolutely does use LOI as one of the factors in distributing the staffing of vice principals, in distributing the staffing of clerical and school secretaries, and in distributing the staffing of caretaking. So I guess what I'm trying to say is for a number of years until this change is now before us, I've been frustrated and trying to make change. So now that the policy's before us, I'd like to really understand my ability as one of 22 trustees who are voting on policy about making change.
Yeah,
Because
thank you.
I support 100% LOI. I support it being used definitely for teachers, definitely for other resources where there have been barriers to achievement, without question. But I have argued for years that it has no business in an allocation of a vice principal or a caretaker or a school secretary or clerical. Like, my colleagues are absolutely free to disagree with me, but I just like to know when we have that, when we're able to have that conversation. Through you, Madam Chair.
And through the chair back to Trustee Loskin, thank you for the point of clarification. I'm going to invite and ask Associate Director Audley Salmon, who is much more experienced in allocation of staffing. And I will need to make a he can make the correction regarding vice principals. It is brought to my attention that does factor in. So I think that it would be better for Audley, who has a long history in how staffing is allocated, to support this, to support your question, Trustee Laskin. Thank you, AD Salmon.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for the question. I just want to confirm people can hear me, because I know I'm littered in the, yeah. So through the chair, we do, yes, there's a 1.0 with respect to the allocation in VPs. You've mentioned other staff, and the LOI is used in order to allocate with some other staff. That being said, part of what Associate Director Srisco has outlined is also correct with respect to the notion that when there is additional allocations that are made, that is one of the considerations is LOI in those particular cases. So both statements are correct. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, maybe I'll try it one more time. When do we get to weigh in on how LOI is used in staffing allocation? Through you, Madam Chair.
And through the chair, part of when do trustees get to weigh in on LOI is when its allocation is being made. Allocations are historically made through different times. There's this period right now that we are undergoing, and usually trustees are part of that conversation with respect to the actual outcome around the staff allocation, in which superintendents in the course of the last week or so should have been meeting with trustees with respect to the specific allocations, but there isn't a specific time that's been outlined around when trustees weigh in on actual LOI and where it is used, because it is used actually in a variety of places at different times, and it is also dependent on when staff receives further allocation from the ministry or other groups. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to try one more time. The LOI policy is being reviewed. That is an opportunity to change current practice. My question is not about how it's unfolding now, because it's still following the practice that has been in place for a number of years. I'm asking about the opportunity to have a conversation that will potentially change, or at least have a debate about how it will be used going forward if in fact the policy is revised. Is that not clear? Because as a trustee, I don't get to approve your operational procedures, but I get to approve policy. So I want to understand through policy the distribution of LOI in TDSB staffing. And I see my time is up, Madam Chair. Maybe I'm not making myself clear. I'll go back on the list.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Up next, we have Trustee Sriskandarajah, followed by Trustee Pei, Trustee Hastings, and then Trustee Earhart.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I would, of course, like to disagree with my colleague, Shelley Laskin. I firmly believe LOI plays a very crucial role in allocating staffing. So I think my understanding of the question she asked, when will we have the opportunity to discuss those things? I was under the understanding that during this entire process, we were able to share our thoughts on that. I believe that, staffing allocation is one of the most, if not the most important thing that we do. And so to have a policy like the LOI, if it's to have any teeth or anything meaningful attached to it, it needs to inform staffing. If not, I'm not even sure what the LOI is there for, other than to just say, oh, we care about, equity in some sort of way that has no material impact. I have a few questions, but at this moment, I just have one question. So my understanding is there's been some concerns raised from the intercity committee about proceeding with consultations before their expert panel has been put in place. And the worry then is, what is the point of the expert panel if they can't inform how the public consultations unfold? So I'd love to hear staff's rationale for why we're going with this particular timeline as opposed to establishing the panel and then proceeding with the public consultations.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Siskandarajah. I'll invite Dr. Cameron to talk about the expert panel and their advisory status thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Pleasure to be here. The expert panel has already been built and is in. We've had one meeting, maybe a meeting and a half already. The panel is based on expert psychometricians across Canada who are going to advise us in relation to the methodological review. The methodological review is what goes into the LOI, the 6 factors, how it's weighted, why are those the factors, what are some of the conditions around that. All of that is procedural. So the first point is the LOI itself, the policy that is going into a 60-day consultation needs to be approved by the board first, and that will trigger, as the policy is revised today, that would trigger a methodological review. Once the policy is accepted or approved, that methodological review that will then be where the expert panel is very important in reviewing our factors in the LOI. What factors? We traditionally look at all kinds of factors. We think about the conditions. Currently, the conditions are outside of school conditions. We think about the factors as they're associated with student achievement and success, and all of these conversations and how they're weighted and what is how the engine, so to speak, is built would be the subject for the expert panel itself.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So there's concern that, yes, the expert panel has been put together, but that they're lacking information, which, I think ties into some of the things that were said previously, is that if we're not presenting the public with sort of a list of the LOI's current use, can they really provide meaningful consultations, and can the expert panel provide meaningful expertise without us providing them this information?
Thanks for the clarification of the question. To be clear, the expert panel is not an expert panel in the use of a tool as it pertains to allocation of resources like a vice principal in relation to schools that have higher or lower socioeconomic challenges outside of in terms of their demographics. The expert panel is an expert panel at weighing factors that are associated with challenge in terms of schooling and psychometrically speaking, evaluating statistical effects of that. The actual tools use, the concerns that Trustee Laskin has brought forward, the concerns that we're having a conversation around how it's used in what ways, including who's in the model schools or who gets a vice principal or how you build that into terms of an algorithm or how it might be used in lots of different kinds of spontaneous and semi-spontaneous decisions that the boards use. Those kinds of decisions aren't what the expert panel was about. They were about, can we build a tool that maps out demographic challenge in our school to help to be used in conjunction with all other ways we make decisions to support decision making.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And maybe that's something that needs to be clarified to the ICCAC, because my understanding is that's not how the expert panel is being interpreted or their role. So the question I have through you, Madam Chair, is just to clarify, we need to get the ball rolling on the public consultation in order for us. But are you saying we need to pass the stage in order for you to work on coming up with a methodological tool? Or is that work that's already in process?
The tool itself has a review cycle, or the policy has a review cycle for the methodological review as a procedure, as is any kind of guidance we might have in terms of how staff might use that tool and to support their decision making in terms of allocation of resources or programs and whatnot. So the methodological review is procedural. The policy dictates when that review happens and what are the maybe the components of that. In other words, is there a lit review? Is there a broader look at factors and stuff like this? This is a procedural piece of the puzzle. So the policy, as it is previously, the policy didn't trigger another methodological review until 2025. We revised that due to concerns driven from lots of the conversations that you've just referenced to trigger a methodological review immediately once the policy is approved. So that would be the procedural part of the puzzle. And it's not actually, the methodological review isn't actually the policy itself. It's the policy's directing when that methodological review would happen.
Okay, so just to clarify, through you, Madam Chair, we don't need to wait for the methodological review to go ahead with the consultations.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's because you're saying that the consultations and the policy that comes from it will trigger the methodological review or inform? Like, it feels like very chicken egg.
Well, the policy isn't about like, these are how the policy isn't going to direct how we weigh demographic challenges in relation to conditions outside the school. The policy is saying we need one of these things, and it needs to have these conditions set in place, and it needs to be expertly driven, and it needs to have these things that maps out good demographic challenges as we understand it worldwide in terms of how we think about demographic SES, demographic challenges outside of the school that affect school conditions in relation to student success. So the policy, broadly speaking, is talking at that level. So the procedure then would be, how do we build that? What's in it? Who's involved in that kind of thing? And that's a very procedural thing. So the policy, broadly speaking, is directing the board, as I understand it, Vitaly can come in after me if I'm wrong on this one, is directing the board to say that we need this tool, that this tool needs to have these components in it, and then it needs to support decision-making in these broad ways. And so it positions that piece as the policy work. The procedure then is building the tool, what's inside of it. The policy can direct when you review that methodologically, because things change across worldwide. Currently right now, it's every 3 years, I believe. So, or every 5 years, excuse me, that we review the methodological parts of what the LOI is. So that's where the policy is. I hope that helps clarify it. The procedure itself is what's in there? What are the 6 factors? Do we need more? Do we need less? Should we use in-school conditions or not? All of those kinds of pieces of the puzzle, the stuff that ICCAC folks and the Blake school community has been asking about and pushing on in terms of that. That's all procedural work. So we have an expert panel to work with a procedure given the larger policy.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, a question on the expert panel. Is it geographically representative? How did we, or is it solely just based on the ICAC's recommendations? How do we put this panel together?
Part of it was an understanding of the community, the research community involved in that. Part of it was work with the ICAC in terms of some of the folks that they were really interested in bringing on board and having representation and voice in. And part of it was we have partners in scholarship across Canada quite frequently, and we have a relationship with that sector. So part of it was our understanding of who we'd like to have, who would be very good and very critical in relation to psychometric work, in relationship to this kind of work. So it was a mix of those different factors that put together. I'm not sure if it was 10 or 12 folks that we're working with.
And through you, Madam Chair, I haven't seen a list of this panel. Is that something we can have shared to the trustees? It's not in any of the documents that were sent today that I saw.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd have to check with the panel. They're volunteering their time in terms of this. It's a very political piece of the puzzle. I'd have to just make sure that they confirm that they would be willing for us to release their names publicly in terms of who's on that panel. And after that, I'd be happy to release it to the trustees.
Okay. A little concerning. Okay, but I'll just sit with that for a minute.
It's just a matter of, it's not that I'm trying to hide this from anyone.
Yeah, I get where they're coming from. It is a politically contentious issue, or could be. I'm being conservative, but I would just want them to say, yes, that's okay. Yeah. And I think just on our end, from public accountability, we just want to make sure it's a representative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, that's all for me at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question really about the definition. Since I've been presented, I'm new trustee, as I've been presented this first report regarding SOI. I have one question regarding the equity. I think we're redefined the equity in this document. I apologize, English is not my first language. But I do have a second, doctor degree in PhD in biomedicine. So when I see something I don't understand, I tend to ask questions. Just bear with me. Equity refers to the equality of opportunities and outcomes for all. So I don't understand. Is equity here? We're really trying to say equity is equal to equality of opportunity and outcomes. Can we really assure that? Is like because to my understanding, everybody have different potentials, right? Equal opportunity doesn't mean equal outcomes. Am I correct or I'm wrong?
So through the chair, equity and equality are definitely two they are different with respect to how we go about it, implementing both. To treat everyone equal does not necessarily mean that we are giving each individual what they need, and that's a fundamental difference with respect to both of them. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. So what our goal here? If we want to ensure equity, do we try to ensure equality opportunities, or we try to ensure equality of outcomes, or we try to ensure both?
Through the chair, we are trying to address disproportionate outcomes for different communities within our system, and as such, our focus is around equitable outcomes for our students. Thank you.
So basically, we're trying to ensure equitable outcome here, right? That's our main goal here.
That, through the chair, that is the premise with respect to the LOI, to ensure that we are providing equitable outcomes for our students. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the board is goal through LOI. We try to ensure equitable outcome for all students. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that is what I have outlined: equitable outcomes for our students. Thank you.
And if I may.
Okay, through Madam Chair. So equitable, so equality opportunity is not our priority. So it's not the goal, because equitable outcome is our goal. Am I correct?
If I may support a response through you, Chair. Trustee Pei, our goal is to enable equitable access for opportunities and to close disproportionate outcomes. And the LOI helps us identify families that experience greater risk, harsher circumstances, and barriers to access. So we use that tool to identify schools where, when we have additional allocations, we would use those additional allocations in a supportive and targeted way for the students and schools that need us most. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Through Madam Chair, I still try to understand what we try to achieve in terms of equity. Do we try to achieve equity through equality of outcomes, or we try to achieve by equality of opportunity and outcomes altogether? Because to me, because everybody have different potential. So when you ensure equality opportunities, it doesn't mean everybody going to achieve the same outcome, right?
Thank you, and through the chair, Trustee Pei, we work very hard to enable equitable access to opportunities so that every student reaches their full potential. That is our mission. And we are trying hard to close disproportionate outcomes for historically and currently underserved students because of past barriers and current barriers that exist. We believe every student can achieve very high expectations.
Okay, through Madam Chair, have we been able to achieve that goal yet, or are we measure our success in terms of achieving our goal?
Thank you, and through the chair, I will defer this question regarding our data to Dr. Cameron.
Through the chair, we, like every large jurisdiction, have considerable and complex problems and challenges in that belief. In comparative work, the closest or the most the best data we have, Trustee Pei, is from the OECD in relation to PISA and the 78 countries that participate in PISA, and we're ranked in the top 8 in the worldwide in terms of creating equitable and excellent outcomes together. And that looks at variance between the relationship of socioeconomic circumstances and achievement in reading, writing, and mathematics, depending on the cycle of PISA. So we are an excellent jurisdiction. Canada is generally, but TDSB is the largest school district in Canada as a representative of that. We're an excellent public education system, but we have our challenges still, and they're significant, and the LOI helps inform how we might move resources in certain circumstances.
So, Madam Chair, I appreciate you reference that as Canada is on the top of the world in terms of education, but my question is how TDSB compare to other jurisdictions within our country? Are we in the top tier? Are we in the mid of the pack, or we're below average?
It's a complicated question because the jurisdictions are so diverse across Canada, from very small to very big. As an example, in Ontario has 72 school boards. Some school boards might have 10 elementary schools and 2 high schools. Some school boards like us have 600 upward schools. Some school boards are a third the size of us. So in relation to that, we represent 14% of 2 million students, 2.1 million students, somewhere in there in Ontario. We're right at province or right at provincial averages and all of those things. And Ontario ranks very, very high in terms of it's in line with what Canada ranks with PISA and the OECD. So alongside Alberta, Vancouver, and Quebec, we're doing very well. So we're right there.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Chair, I have another question to ask. Regarding the equal outcomes. Could the staff explain to me why, in terms of EKAU test scores, why almost half our students fail the math test? If we're trying to ensure equal outcomes, like equity of outcomes, is that equity?
If I may, through the chair, Trustee Pei, I'm not clear on your question being related to the LOI policy, other than saying, as we look to the needs of our students and our schools, and the data that we use after our allocation of base staffing, and other resources. If we had additional resources, we would be looking and using the LOI index. There is correlation between students and their circumstances as measured by the LOI and their achievement. And we would be supporting those schools accordingly with the additional allocations based on the LOI for the pursuit of strong and outstanding outcomes for all students, inclusive of math. I perhaps can be sending you previous reports on EQAO information that may be of help in response to your question more directly about EQAO results. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, so what I'm really asking is whether LOI is really working to support students, whether LOI is really working to support our mission statement, which is about equity, which is about equitable outcomes. So I to be honest, I just could not correlate between our mission statement and our performance. I mean, what a measurement matrix for us really determining LOI really crucial to help us to ensure students are successful.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to Trustee Pei. Thank you, Trustee Pei, for that question. And I really think it's at the heart of all of the work that we're doing, including the LOI and future work that has been set before us by our incredible director, Colleen Russell-Rollins, where she is asking us to be paying very close attention to, in a phrase, what's the difference that's making a difference, and the programs that we have in our board, including the use of the LOI, additional resources, our reading programs, our math programs, to be really being very aware, using data as well as other evidence to know that they are making a difference. So much more to come on this. And Dr. Cameron is leading us in the development of program evaluation on that criteria. So with your new multi-year strategic plan and the reports that will be flowing from those, our hope is to be illustrating through data and evidence how we are learning that these programs and resources are making those differences. So again, we look forward to reporting on your exact question, and it's one that we share. Thank you.
Okay, as you mentioned, really, the staff, is really helping with this issue, helping to understand, how this LOI is going to, help us, student performance. So, am I understanding correctly here? So, staff is going to provide report regarding the impact of SOI, supporting the student success in terms of their performance. So there's going to be relevant measuring matrix to measure those performance. Am I correct?
Sorry, Dr. Cameron, did you? I'm sorry that I missed that part partly.
I heard it. You want me to take that?
Yes, thank you.
To a degree, Trustee Pei, it's complicated. In other words, you have a school coach that's an expert pedagogist in terms of early literacy, and they work with 15 or 20 elementary school teachers on latest reading pedagogy. What's the effect size or the outcome size of their work in collaboration with teachers in terms of reading practices? It's a complicated measure. It's a complicated metric to divide that. As best we know, for example, psychometrically speaking, good studies have put the effect of the variance in student achievement effects of teachers at anywhere from 14 to 20% in terms of accounting for variance within classroom achievement. Other studies that are equally interesting and phenomenologically or ethnographically looking at it from a qualitative perspective shows that one teacher can save a person's life. So program evaluation is very good at looking at conditions and conditions where possibilities are most productive in relation to success and high yield strategies and things that do have large effects in terms of outcomes, whether that's grades or in some instances provincial assessments, in other instances attendance, in some instances graduation rates or university level course participation. So there's all sorts of ways that program evaluations can inform that to actually put an exact statistical reference on all the decisions made using a tool like the LOI. We will be able to look at some things and we'll be able to establish some conditions, but we won't be able to build it like Legos, for lack of a better word.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. And could you put me back on the list again? Thank you.
For sure, Trustee Pei. Trustee Hastings, please go ahead. You're followed by Trustee Dawson, Trustee Earhart, and Trustee King. So Trustee Hastings, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak my few words. I listened to all the people around the table on the air, and I have no other conclusion than to draw a conclusion to what it is that that my fellow trustee has stated, and that's Trustee Laskin. I can't believe it. But in any case, we need to apply tools where tools are needed. And it's wonderful that we can get multitude of educational people around the table speaking and speaking and speaking circles around what it is that it is. But we need to apply tools where it's needed. And to that effect, I'm going to sit and stand with Trustee Laskin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, thank you for this report. I appreciate all of the work that has gone into it thus far and all of the communication, particularly with ICCAC, as I am the trustee co-chair. So kind of in building on what Trustee Laskin had mentioned previously, in Appendix A 6.6, it says the LOI should be used at the discretion of staff for equity-related decisions. What does that mean?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Dawson. So Trustee Dawson and to trustees and particularly I am really appreciating Trustee Laskin's question more deeply as the conversation is unfolding. Our policy document is always at a high level of the what. They're aspirational statements. So the specifics around how and with the additional allocation of resources becomes operational. And again, using the tool of the LOI, which becomes a standard that is statistically reliable and based on expert advice for us. So some examples would be, as AD Salmon mentioned, for additional vice principal allocation where certain schools may be needing it. Use of an application of coaches and their time may be another example. If there was additional allocation available for temporary support for supply teachers, those kinds of things where we need to be responsive in the moment. So those are some of the examples that would be part of the consideration. I see that Director Russell Rollins has come on and may wish to join the discussion.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, good afternoon, trustees. Last night you saw a couple of instances where the LOI is applied so that additional financial pressures are not put on communities where there is financial insecurity, so that students do not have a decrease in their experience through education in their schools. That is another way in which the LOI is used. Broadly, it is to ensure that we are not further disadvantaging communities who are facing obstacles already in their lives, and to make sure that to the best of our ability, we are able to provide access and opportunities to students across schools.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's a good explanation. I do want to echo Trustee Laskin's comments though about the need for a better, I guess, definition or a set of parameters around staffing and how they relate to the LOI. So that's just something for consideration. I wondered, and maybe we're not there yet with this, but are we considering that it may or may not be necessary to think outside of this 150 schools? Like, there's so many different factors impacting our schools, like French immersion, gentrification, etc., that are causing them to not be model schools anymore. I just wondered if we're sort of stuck on this 150 schools, or if we are looking at something of a blended model where a portion of the school is considered high on the LOI versus, like, I don't know. I'm just thinking here, but I wondered if we're really rigid about this 150 schools. Through the chair.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll ask Dr. Cameron to talk about what makes up the LOI and why those criteria are chosen.
Thanks to the chair. Thank you, Trustee Dawson, for your question. I think it's a really interesting question. because there's challenge and poverty in all our schools. And it's just a matter of the proportions. Those factors, specifically social assistance, income, parental presence, and parent education, are broadly speaking the factors that we look at, and it's by postal code, so it's comparable across the 6 factors that the LOI is constructed of. And you'll have plenty of time to unpack that hood in relation to those factors. And this is why we have a 60-day consultation, and why we're really looking at it, why we have an expert panel, and so on and so forth. Just for your question on a broad level, it's a really interesting question. I would position it, I suppose, in thinking about the Model Schools program not as the only program that's designed to support all students. We have all sorts of different kinds of policies in play. We have a school improvement process that's a huge vehicle in terms of the 472 elementary schools and the 107 secondary schools. So there's lots of things. Model Schools is one initiative, but it's not the only thing that is focusing on success of students and success of historically marginalized students across our system. Take a look at the pathways policies around Prepared for the Future, or what the Center of Excellence for the UIC is working through. All of those are standing outside of the Model Schools program, although there is crossover with schools that are in the 150. So I would say, if we hold that thing together in terms of equity right across all of the policies we work through and all of the strategies, giving a sense and an understanding that challenge and poverty doesn't just exist. It's just that there's much higher proportions of kids in schools that are in 1 to 150 in terms of that. When you look at the rankings of how many kids are coming from postal codes that exhibit these kinds of challenges from family positions. So I would just put it think about it in a concert instead of alone as the isolated focus.
Okay, I really appreciate that thoughtful response. Okay, I have one last question from one of the ICCAC working group members. If the methodology review doesn't happen until after the policy is approved, then if the methodology review suggests a change to the policy, would we have to wait another 5 years? The methodology and the policy are so intricately tied together that the working group member is concerned about doing the methodology review after the policy has been approved. Through the chair.
Dr. Cameron, thank you.
I think this is mine. That's a really good question too. I think the policy is directing us to have a tool that maps out demographic challenges right now, as it currently is written, and maps out demographic challenges outside of within school variables or within school factors that have an effect or are associated strongly with achievement. And I can assure you these 6 factors are very strongly associated with achievement. So all the policy is doing is saying the board needs a tool like this to inform equity decisions around additional allocation of resources and different program opportunities in relation to our equity strategy. What goes into the tool in terms of having a tool like that is a methodological review. Do we have the right factors? Let's review those factors. Let's review those factors given the conditions that we've put in place. In other words, we don't want something currently as it's written within school because it can be gained, and it's not something that's a within school program measure. It's a measure of external to school environments, what's going on in terms of, just like as the director mentioned, challenges outside of the school space that challenges kids, puts environmental stresses on kids in terms of being successful in school spaces. So in relation to that, the policy is just directing us to have something like that helps the board informed to make decisions like who's in a Model Schools program or who gets a particular resource for a particular reason. So it's kind of the dog, to me, the dog and the tail, who's wagging the tail, the dog, or the tail's wagging the dog, or whatnot, because the policy is the larger direction. We need a tool like that. The methodological review is then saying we need to bring all of our thinking together, expert thinking about what kind of tool, what's the best tool to do this thing to help the board make these kinds of decisions.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to keep my video off just because I'm having to navigate on the phone. And so my apologies for that. But I hope you can still hear me, and thank you very much for this. So when I'm very happy to see this. And when we got the first phase, Trustees Shrishkandaraja and I had a motion at that time around items to be included for consideration. And so that's what I really looked to when I was looking at this, to ask like a state of readiness for consultation. And I say that just feeling like in my community, there's not a strong knowledge of the LOI, what it is, how it's used, what it does. And so I looked at the information from that lens. And so I have feedback, and I'm not sure, I started to draft a motion for this evening, and I don't know if the feedback comes best as a motion at this stage. I'd love staff's advice on that in terms of how to advance. But my feeling is that we'll get a lot of questions around, in particular, the descriptive evaluation on the use of LOI. It was there in the appendix. It was something that we as a board had asked for, but I feel it wasn't specific enough. And this does get to Trustee Laskin's comments as well. Is I just think there's not a lot of knowledge on how LOI is used, and so I'm hoping that we can get to support consultation a list of the staff allocations that are made, particularly those that are approved by the board that use LOI as part of the allocations, and a bit more information, if not the formulas, a bit more information if LOI is the only factor, if it's with a combination of factors, specifically things like school clerical, caretaking, and to me, I think it would be helpful to also explicitly state the rationale to help in building the understanding. Absent the rationale, people risk working off of assumptions, some of which may not, which risk being prejudicial assumptions as well. And so I believe that this can be done in a way that serves our broader goals of education as well. So I want to invite that as feedback. I also wanted to echo Trustee Shrishkandaraja's comments around the expert working group, and just an interest in better understanding who's on that, and a summary. That's not, I'm very excited that there are people engaged, but it would be helpful, I think, for the public consultation that is to take place, to have a bit more information on how external experts have informed the process, and that they have been involved in this process. So that is also something I'm hoping to see. I had a few questions. I too am wondering why the definition and methodology aren't being considered as part of this review. I remember that was something explicitly mentioned in May 2023, and that our board motion, my understanding was that it was going to be considered alongside each other at the same time. I've heard the rationale given today, however, but that had been my understanding. And then I've got a few questions. So I'm going to start quickly on my question. Scores versus ranking was one of them for 6.11. It notes that wherever feasible, the scores of schools in the index will be used in preference to the rankings. I see now a lot of rankings, and so I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about scores, how scores would shift allocation decision making, and would that result in different allocations? And thanks very much.
Dr. Cameron, can I ask you through the chair to speak to rankings versus scores?
Yeah. Sorry, I was taking notes. Thank you, Trustee Earhart. I appreciate we read through your proposed motion and your email and things. I appreciate your thoughts. And I would add that's why we're in a 60-day consultation as well, is to get thoughts like this and Trustee Laskin's thoughts out in terms of that conversation. I'd add that in terms of your question around the ranking, which is relative to the raw score, So we have 472 schools, so there's 472 rankings, and it's based on the raw score calculated from those 6 factors. The raw score is roughly, I think, 6 or 7 digits. It's a much more flexible tool if you're using it in an algorithm or in when you're in considerations. For example, I do believe that LOI is used as partly to inform the allocation of an additional resource like a vice principal, but it's included in that is things like class size or school size. So it's weighted against different factors that staff think are important given the parameters and the context of the decisions being made. It can be part of that piece. And in those instances, the ranking is an interval. It's just the ranking itself is relative 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 against the raw score. So in the instances where you need a little bit more flexibility and more details in relation to informing a decision and you're weighting it with the LOI and a piece with everything else, the raw score is a very good way to do that. In instances where you have 18 schools in your learning network and you're considering a field trip of some sort and you're wondering about things like this, the raw score isn't really that helpful in terms of it's a much easier tool to use as a ranking because you can see right away positionally where schools sit in relation to demographic challenges and these opportunities. So it can be used in ways that are useful for different contextual decision making. So while you wouldn't necessarily want to look at the raw score and try to decide a decision like that, who's going to the science center as an example, not that this is something that they might do in terms of I have this opportunity, this allocation of resource came forward, I'm going to look at 6 digits and one has 0.2 more, 0.2 less. In terms of that, that's where the school ranking becomes a much more useful tool and it's much more handy in terms of those kinds of decisions as they work forward, similar to, we're going to cut at 150. So that's a really important piece of the puzzle. The other piece of the puzzle is these variables are very dynamic in society because they're society-specific variables by postal code. So the ranking is relative, but those numbers shift quite a bit. So there's a little bit more stability when you have relative rankings of when you're saying, okay, so we're going to have 1 and we're going to go up to 472 and we're going to recalculate that every 3 years. So I hope that helps a little bit in terms of the role that those 2 different kinds of score systems are used as.
Thanks very much. And I'm just mindful of my time, so I'm going to go fast. So exceptions to the policy, I noted 6.8 and there was one other section that noted exceptions. The 6.8 read to me really like a catch-all. And I was wondering if we have anywhere more clearly outlined what basic needs are for each school. So 6.8 isn't used as a catch-all to not use LOI where there would be merit to allocating for LOI. And similarly, there was another one where there was exceptions such as special education based on students' identified needs. I thought that was a helpful and clear exception. I wondered if there were other clear exceptions that we felt were warranted. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll defer to Dr. Cameron if he feels that there are any exceptions that have not been included.
Things like English language learning is an important one, in terms of that. Things that aren't captured on a postal code variable, but that have some sort of effect like special education. There's also considerations, there's really specific context stuff that the LOI might be a very good tool to use, but it can't be the only tool that staff use in relation to the kinds of decisions that we make, depending on the context that we're in terms of that. So as an example, you might be considering an opportunity between 2 schools and one school is lower on the LOI. In other words, it has a higher proportion of challenge, but it has a public library very close by. It has the TTC very close by, and another school is very far away from these things. And there's an opportunity that arises that will have transportation in it, and you would opt for the school that's not that doesn't have as many kids on a demographic challenge because of the context of that school. So I bring it forward as just to appreciate the complicated nature of school-based decisions and board-based decisions. At times, the LOI is just one of the tools we have to hand, but there's context is a really important idea. The LOI is a statistical heuristic. It's meant to be its pursuit in terms of social research is to decontextualize and generalize the world. And context is everything in schooling and in learning and in social interaction in those buildings. So there needs to be a marriage between those two, I would say. So there are lots of contextual decisions that would be priority above maybe an LOI ranking at times.
And I'll add, Dr. Cameron, that we've added English language learners as an example, as well as special education. And to Trustee Earhart, we used the brackets to provide as many examples as we felt applicable for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And just a last question, just around the public consultation, and just as you turn your mind to that, what information are you planning to put forward in addition to the draft policy to support people for this? And I know I'm over time, so I'll just say quickly, I do think LOI is a very tricky concept for people to grasp. And I don't feel yet as a trustee that I have enough information to understand how it's used to even provide advice as part of a policy review. And so I suspect that may be the case with the public as well. For things like the fundraising policy, our school councils, they fundraise. And so we know how it's used, how it applies, but with this, it's very internal. And so it's hard without more information to be able to provide views. I hope that's helpful, and I'd be grateful for some additional information about your vision for the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm wondering if I could ask Vitaly Plotnikov if he could comment on what our process is for consultation. Thank you, Vitaly.
Thank you, Associate Director, and through you, Madam Chair. So the consultation process is regulated under our policy and operational procedure PR 501. So we have some mandatory requirements in terms of making sure that we engage all community advisory committees. We will make sure that Student Senate is involved. We'll make sure that our unions and professional associations are invited to the consultation process. But also, in addition to that, we will go beyond on that, and typically one step is part of this discussion is we are exceeding the minimum 45 days consultation period. We are suggesting 60 days, and with that we will obviously be looking at various communication methods that could enhance our interactions with the stakeholders and will allow us to get input from as many interested parties and members of the public as possible. So part of the consultation process, and I believe someone mentioned fundraising policy, we would obviously post the draft document on the website, but we, with this fundraising policy, we included surveys. So this is something that we can discuss and consider as part of the consultations. Typically, we also provide summaries of the policies, so it would be easier for members of the public to understand the essence of the document and the questions that we would like to ask. So there will be a discussion, internal discussion, I believe, and I would refer back to you, Associate Director Siriska, that we will come up with extensive consultation plan with our communication department involved. And I think these comments about this subject to be not very easily understood, and therefore that might require some additional information to be provided to the stakeholders. I think this is very valuable comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vitaly, and I concur as well, and I'm very appreciative of the feedback from trustees this evening. That part of our consultation should be a presentation on how it is used, as well as the summary as you're indicating, Vitaly. So thank you, trustees, and thank you, Vitaly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Some of the responses that we've had from staff have been very, very helpful. So thank you. You're going to hear a little bit of the same from me. I think that part of the challenge here is the compounding of the fact that LOI is difficult to understand. It's complicated, but also policy is very high level. So I think both of those, together are a bit of a challenge. In a few of my school communities in my ward, I know that their interest in LOI, be it the policy, the methodology, the tool, it's very much related to the model school program. So I understand that LOI is used much more broadly than that, but I think for these families, it's a really specific way that they see the impact of the use of the LOI. So when you look at points, 6.7 about how additional resources are allocated, or 6.10 about the application of determining those allocations, they've seen their schools fall off of that 150 kind of threshold. And this is a really concrete way that I think they understand how the policy is enacted in a way. So my question was going to be about, in addition to some of the examples of how the LOI is used and the impact that it has, would there be or could there be specific discussions about the model school program? So there's an opportunity to have some understanding in relation or in context to the changes and the impacts that they see through the model school program. Yes, I'm going to pose that as a question, and then I have a follow-up question as well.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee King, again, a really helpful question and request from staff, and I think that we can absolutely be building that into the presentation as we go and engage in consultation. We want those consultations to be very meaningful, so really appreciate that specific example of model schools, and we'll be certain to build that in.
Through the chair, thank you very much. I think you're taking the point here that even though some of these side conversations might seem like they're off topic, I think by getting into the discussion and allowing things to come out, you might hear things that apply to how the policy is built that otherwise may not have been revealed. So thank you for understanding that and taking that into your consultation process. Separately from that, related, I just wanted to know if there is a natural point at which trustees would see a review or an update or any kind of report on the model school program specifically.
Thank you, and through you, I'm looking to Director Russell Rollins if there is a plan. We can certainly take that back, but she may be aware of a plan that I am not.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Associate Director Zarisco is correct. We have been in discussion around how we review the program and also update our model schools for inner cities supports. So you can look forward to that sometime in the future, and I think it will build on our program evaluation framework as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, appreciate that work is being done. Do you have just any sense of timing? Would that be something we should look to in this school year or beyond that?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I think we are looking at next school year, regretfully.
Through the chair, thank you for clarifying. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Trustee King. We're going to head to round 2 of the speakers list. So just before that, Trustee Laskin, may I pass the chair to you?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I first want to thank staff for this incredibly important update. Hearing about LOI, how it's used, all of that context was really helpful. So thank you to staff and Dr. Cameron for that. I just wanted to add my, voice to previous trustees' concerns around having to wait for that methodology to be updated. I understand that it's really important to get it right, but I feel that I just wish that it was happening, I guess, simultaneously. I just had two questions. My first is looking at the components of LOI, seeing that 5 of the 6 components are based on postal codes. How are we going to incorporate folks that have precarious housing or precarious immigration status, or households where there are multiple families that are maybe unrecorded? How are those barriers being recorded? Have we had conversations or any thoughts around that?
Dr. Cameron, I'll ask you to respond to this
To
question.
the chair, thanks for the question. It's difficult. The biggest condition we need is to have comparability across our city, and postal code information is the best way to get at that in terms of that. So it's not a perfect tool. In terms of that, it does do a good job in terms of and how it is associated. A good job in the sense that it is very much associated with proportions of success in terms of any metrics we apply to the LOI in relation to school success and achievement. But yeah, there are instances where it doesn't capture things, or it's difficult, especially if for students that are in very precarious circumstances and don't have a postal code. We rely on the postal code information of students based on the student registration information.
Through the chair, do we anticipate that the methodology would, the next updated version of it would include somehow that information, or is it something that it's not possible because there is no connection to a postal code?
No, we open the box. I mean, every time we review it, we look really, really broadly. At one point, we were considering well-being measures inside of the LOI. At another point, we were looking at housing. We look broadly, we look widely, we look at internationally. We think about it from a variety of perspectives when we do a methodological review. This year, we've got a really great expert panel group going at it too. So we'll really look at it in detail, and those are all under consideration when we think about it. The tool in the end, I suspect, will still have problems because it's a tool that does some things really well and other things not so well. So like lots of things like that, it has to be used with a considerable understanding of what it can and cannot do and what it can and cannot say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Cameron. Through you, Chair, just to emphasize some of the points previously shared by Dr. Cameron. The LOI is not the exclusive tool that we use to respond to student needs. Where there are student needs, such as newcomers, unhoused students, we respond accordingly with resources to support those student successes in our system. So I want to just emphasize that, as Dr. Cameron said, the methodology will always have opportunities to improve, to capture a wider group of students' needs. But we also recognize it is just a tool, and that we need to have the resources and the agility and the mindset to be able to respond to student needs outside of this particular tool. So I want to reassure everyone that while it is an important tool for us to use in order to consistently support barriers faced by students and communities, it is not the only tool.
Through the chair, thank you, Director. I really appreciate those comments. My final question is related to something that Trustee Dawson had also mentioned. In October, there was an article that Blackstreet Junior School lost their model school status because the French immersion program was as a result of the French immersion program, a lot of out-of-area families were being attached to the school. So the school had lost their breakfast club, subsidies for school trips, eye and dental exam. So in going forward, are we ever going to look at maybe calculating LOIs separately for different programs, for looking at it, for example, in this local schools versus out-of-area admissions? Just how do we prevent schools from losing their model school status when it's not just only capturing local kids, but also out of area?
Thank you, and through the chair to committee. I will ask Dr. Cameron to respond to this question, and he'll be able to highlight an upcoming report coming before the board in regards to French immersion that will be, I know, of great interest and informative directly to this question. Thank you.
I'm going to exert some director privilege here.
Please do.
Pardon me, staff, Associate Director and Dr. Cameron. Toronto is a vastly changing city over time. And we know that our communities grapple with the fact that there are needs in every community now. And I think that that point has been raised several times during the course of this discussion. The LOI captures through its ranking, as explained by Dr. Cameron, groups of needs within schools. There are sometimes beliefs that are unfounded with respect to the changing demographics in communities because of programs that are added or withdrawn from specific schools. I think that the upcoming report will help to answer some of those questions, but I want us to be cautious in affirming some of the beliefs by communities when we think about the gentrification that has occurred in neighborhoods across many Toronto communities, as well as new areas of settlement for members of the Toronto community and the TDSB community. These are all really complex factors that are changing our student population and also challenging us to respond to needs in ways that communities may or may not be aware of. So thank you for the question. We look forward to presenting a report in the future and having a more detailed conversation about how the evolution of the city is impacting our schools.
Thank you, and I'll take the chair back.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to begin round 2 of the speakers list. First up, we have Trustee Laskin, followed by Trustee Pei, Trustee Sriskandarajah, Trustee Earhart, and then Trustee Pei again.
I think Trustee Wong wanted to speak.
Okay. Trustee Wong, please go ahead.
I just want to have 2 cents of my thoughts into this. And the first and foremost is that we all know, like many of my colleagues, that we really appreciate it. We recognize that the importance of this particular tool in terms of providing support and address the issues of equity of access. So again, it's data driven, and this is very, very how do I put it? It's people can understand the way that it's being collected, and then to have a clear understanding why we're getting there, how we're getting there. And then during all the conversation that we have had tonight, I was really happy to hear that when we go out to consultation, that we will include all the information that we have in terms of both how the methodology is being reviewed and how it's being developed, and the terms of reference or even the directions. Any piece of information on top of the use of LI and how the model school program is being developed and how the LI index is being used on supporting the programs at model school. Those are, again, just because of the fact that model schools have been around for so long, there's a lot of information, a very clear indication of how we use resources to support those schools. So that information will be very, very useful. Again, even though that we know that for a fact that LI is being used to consider addressing resources to other programs as well, not just model school, but again, using that information to make sure that community is well versed in terms of at least part of it being used in the way that it's being used. So I think I'm looking forward to the presentation that accomplish the consultation package. Again, all of this information will be helpful, including the users and the model school that support that we have been getting for those schools, as well as the methodology that's being used by the expert panel. I understand that the panel's members, some of them might be volunteers that they may not know exactly who they are, but again, it's through the report from staff, we will be able to share with our community. Again, every piece of that information will be very useful in terms of understanding how we're going to do this, why we're doing this, and what other ways we can consider in terms of addressing obstacles. So I'm looking forward to that information, that package, to be widely shared with our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
It's a great segue that my colleague gave me. I think what some of us are struggling with is this is policy. This is policy language. And when we go out to consultation, it's kind of like inside baseball. A lot of the public doesn't even understand the language concept behind the policy. And I'm wondering if staff might consider kind of another appendix or a companion document that talks to practical applications of the Learning Opportunity Index within the TDSB, and then give some real examples of how it's used to augment resources, how it's used to pay attention to additional staffing requirements that are needed to address a variety of issues. And I think actually if you agree to maybe do this, trustees that are in the room here, and kind of maybe it can go in a Friday update to send you some real examples of questions we've been asked through the years or what we think might be helpful for people, for the public to actually understand its value, first of all, and why we do it. Because as an educational institution, it is that terminology that Trustee Pei was trying to articulate. It's the difference between equity of opportunity and equal opportunity. And not everybody understands that. And it just would be really helpful to understand that as a system, we're very conscious of that. We're conscious of barriers. We're conscious that in some communities, based upon a number of factors, there needs to be more resourcing to bring a more equal playing field. So I'm really wondering, because of the barriers to language, and then when it's in simplified language, it's much easier to translate. And you might also consider translating that document if we really want consultation, broader consultation within communities to advise us. So that was just a thought I had as I was listening to the conversation going around. But I did want to clarify for Trustee Shishkandaraja, I don't believe I said what you thought I said. I did not say LOI should not be used for staffing. That is not what I said. I think, though, it's staffing that fulfills a role of extra resourcing. I think it's completely appropriate to use the Learning Opportunity Index. Some other staff that I don't believe it is. So, and I did notice in the appendix, it did say staff, like it did give some language about staffing. I think some of us are looking for actual real examples of that, but that can come. You have differentiated staffing. They said there's exemptions. So at least I'm I'm at least satisfied that it's not just holus bolus, every staffing position in the TDSB will have LOI applied to it. I read that in the policy document appendix. But I do think that needs a bit further conversation about where it's absolutely needed as a factor from an equitable perspective to lead to more equitable outcomes for all. So anyway, I'm wondering through you, Madam Chair, what staff think about doing some sort of appendices or some companion document about practical applications of LOI.
Thank you, and through the chair, really am very grateful to Trustee Laskin and her comments and ideas. And I'm very thankful that staff did bring this back to you for awareness, because this conversation has been so rich and I think will inform us in how we proceed with the consultation. Trustee Laskin, what I'm thinking about is, and I want to build on Trustee Wong's idea of a consultation package, and that we need to bring this alive as we are reaching out to the various groups that we will be engaging with, both for explanation as well as for application. And I'm wondering if those real examples can be part of our consultation guide that would be shared with all trustees, and again, empowering trustees for that engagement. And I think if our consultations are anything like the conversation here this evening, how that turns into specifics in the procedure, and certainly, although this is a policy consultation, what we hear, of course, will be informing our procedure. So whether there is a document that is built in the procedure or indeed as an appendix within the policy itself, I think we would certainly want to think about where it's best positioned. So I hope that reassures you and builds on your ideas, and I'm hoping that's resonating and welcome further feedback.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. Absolutely, it does. And it might even be something that you may then go back to, sorry, I don't know all the initials, the Community Advisory Committee, and even PIAC, and ask them if they have any ideas of information that should be in the package. That's a great way for them to advise us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I would really want to tag on you a question that I do think immigration is an important factor. I do think housing is a factor at Toronto, especially consider our housing prices when the roof becomes so unaffordable, and to a lot of families, immigration, why I think is important, because we have a lot of refugees, coming to Toronto, and we have a lot of immigrants from other countries, regardless, their social economic status, language always be the barriers. So I do think the board staff, if you think this is a tool to measure or support student success, not measure, support student success, so we should refund the tool. No tool is perfect. So we need continuously refund the tool to make sure that really reflect what we want to support. So, Madam Chair, I just want to ask, staff opinion, whether this, two factors can be incorporated to the components of the LOI. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I will ask Dr. Cameron to once again underscore the importance of separating the analysis of the tool with every 5 years and why it's important to have that separation. Thank you, Dr. Cameron.
Sorry, for clarification, Trustee Pei, which two factors you wanted to include in the calculation of the methodology or
Immigration and housing.
in immigration housing? Yeah, we consider we have as I think your draft motion had something in there around housing when at one point we'll when the method, assuming the LOI finally comes through in terms of after the consultation period, and we have a policy that the trustees vote for, and then that triggers a methodological review. We for sure will be considering those factors alongside lots of other factors in relation to what you're saying. I really appreciate what you're saying around constant refinement. It's a very important part of figuring out the LOA every 5 years and figuring out what's in it and whether it's relevant and how relevant it is and how closely associated it is. Is it internationally and statistically to outcomes and achievement? So it's all of those things, and including comparability. Is it comparable? Are we able to get comparability together? And are some factors that we want to put in that we might not get there because they're too complicated to be statistical factors? So there's all sorts of things that will go into that consideration as we review the methodology for sure. So appreciate the input.
Thank you very much. We also add to the response, the factors raised by the trustee have long been in debate. I remember as a superintendent advocating for communities facing supports for newcomers to the city in a particular neighborhood, as well as really addressing some housing insecurity. That was over 14 years ago that those conversations were happening in relationship to the LOI, and the LOI had a particular aspect of the formula that perhaps didn't capture that fully. I want to just reemphasize that, in fact, part of our challenge is to ensure that we have enough flexible funding, that we are able to be agile in meeting the needs of community as immigration and newcomers who require various levels of support that are not captured in our student grants, for us to be able to respond as a staff and as a board to their needs. So the LOI is one tool, but I think we also need to think about what other funding opportunities there are within our broader board budget to ensure that what the LOI doesn't capture, we are able to address as staff, because the factors mentioned are important ones that this formula within the LOI or the methodology may never fully capture, given the changing nature of immigration in Toronto. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Madam Director. I just want to provide some context, for my question. The reason why asking, put this immigration and housing as a factor, just because I have two schools who both lost half a principal. I'll give you some context regarding the two schools. One is Yorkville, a PS, public school. Half the school are French immersion students. They come from really low-income areas like a Kew, Finch, Kew, Wilson or Kew, Finch areas, and half the students from that school were bused. And also, there are a lot of refugees or new immigrants go to that school as well. So what happened is this school really needs support because their EKAU math test score is below 50%. And their reading is like 60%, all below our TDSB average. So I just don't understand why the board take half principal away from that school, which needed so most support without considering all those factors. I have another school, which is Marquis Public School. They are the largest, second largest, school with the students whose mother tongue is not English. So they need support. All those parents, they don't speak English. How could you leave them dry out there without support from another full-time vice principal? I have a big issue with allocation regarding vice principal or secretaries. I want to speak another school, like Willowdale Middle School. They lost one secretary position just because their LOI index number is high. But that school is my only French immersion middle school in my world. The school is struggling. So that's why I'm asking next question. What IOI really do the school ensures the students successful? What kind of measure matrix we're really using? I've been on the board only for a year and a half. I think I have a lot more to learn. I'm a very good student. I've been a student for 28 years, right? And then I've been a student at the board for a year and a half. But I have to say, we have a lot of policies. We have a lot of grand plans. But unfortunately, I never seen those plan or policy correlated with any performance measure matrix. So how do we know our policy is really successful in achieve our mission statement, in achieving our goal, supporting students, provide them to equal opportunities, make sure they're successful? So through Madam Chair, I just want to ask the staff again, what the measuring matrix for the IOI ensure student success? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will begin, and then I will respectfully turn it over to Dr. Cameron and Associate Director Zarisco, if she would like to add. The concerns raised in the initial part of the question, I think is an important one for us for me to respond to. The ideal circumstance for us with respect to our resources is to create a baseline of staffing where every school has the staff that they need. And then where there are additional needs, to have a pot of resources to be able to top up those schools' needs in order to ensure that students are more successful. Whether that those staff are English language, English as a second language teachers, vice principals, additional teaching staff. There are a number of different resources that we know each community may need based on the needs of students. Part of our restriction is our funding formula, as you have discussed. Part of the restriction in achieving the goals as outlined are very much rooted in our current budget pressures. And so staff do not disagree that there are more needs than we have resources, and we would like to be able to allocate the appropriate resources to each and every school. I will now turn it over to Dr. Cameron to respond to the latter part of the question.
Thank you, Director. Trustee Pei, thanks for the question again. It is a complicated question. What are the outcomes? Well, right now we're roughly on a cohort analysis that 9 out of 10 kids are graduating. So, and we can see lots of very positive analytics in terms of outcomes, depending on where you look in the system and how you start, whether you start from senior kindergarten to grade 1 out to grade 12. But does that mean that you can't find places to focus and challenge? There's a ton of challenge in that as well. So it's both, and in a system this size, this rich, with this culturally rich, with 238,000 people that we're serving. So it's going to be both and always with that. And you'll find that that's the case in all major jurisdictions, whether you're talking about Dade County, Miami, New York City, Los Angeles School District, Chicago, whatnot. The big systems have both things going on at once. This one's a very successful one. It's very rich. It has there's really interesting ways that we're approaching equity in relation to that. But going back to your point, trying to measure decisions made against student outcomes gained is what program evaluation is meant to do, but it's complicated. Good evaluation always is contextually specific. You can't decontextualize into a certain widget, whether that's a unit on a measure like EQAO, whether that's a unit on a grade, whether that's a unit in terms of what percentage of students graduating, or what percentage are taking university level courses, or what's the proportion of kids that are being successful in their 4 academic grade 9s, things that we know are very important for post-secondary school access and career success in life chance. So the nub of the question is that, well, program evaluation can look at very specific conditions and realize impact. A one-for-one is nearly impossible to get in social research around education, because it's a very complex system and lots of things are happening at once. There's social interaction happening in really intense ways in high schools and in elementary schools and so on. So we have good program evaluation. We have areas that we're really very successful at, and we have areas that we really need to focus on.
Madam Chair, I run out of time. Could you put me back on the list? Thank you.
Sure. Trustee Suskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to staff and to my colleagues for their questions. I hear the frustrations about principal staffing, and just like Director stated, that these are external financial pressures we're facing. And so, I just hope we don't look at LOI as sort of the cause for a school not having a principal, or on the other end, that automatically you're going to get a vice principal because you're higher on the LOI, because I have many examples, and I'm sure we all do, of schools in dire needs of vice principals and not getting it. And so it is sort of an imperfect tool for, very imperfect realities. The one thing I really just wanted to speak about is that we talk a lot about gentrification. I'm hearing that a lot, and how that's, the city's changing and how that's impacting LOI. But I just really want to urge my colleagues to remember that what's often not spoken about is the flip side of gentrification, is displacement and the deepening and concentration of poverty. So if a neighborhood is gentrifying, we have to think, well, where are the people who can't afford those homes going? And a lot of them are going to where housing is more affordable in the city, and that happens to be areas that are already, facing a lot of challenges, being underserved. And so what ends up happening is that we have a sense of deepening poverty in many parts of the city that might not be visible to those sitting in other parts of the city. And so, I hear a lot about, French immersion and how that changes the dynamic of a school, but we also have it the other way as well. I mean, I have had a school that in 2011, sat at 385 on the LOI and now sits at 108. And so, within a decade, you see it move 277 spots on the metrics. And that's to show just how poverty is becoming concentrated in certain parts of the city. And those are the communities who are not going to come here and delegate and be able to advocate. Probably don't even know, what the conversations we're having right now about LOI or what it is. And so I just want to make sure that when we're going out to do these consultations, we have to be cognizant of the reality is that those who are going to be the most opinionated about LOI are not necessarily going to be the ones who will benefit from, this investment in equity that we're trying to do. those voices are not going to be at the table. That's just the reality of how we do our consultations and the reality of just, structural inequalities that prevents people from coming out. And so I think we need to also think about how this looks like in different parts of the city, especially when we have conversations about gentrification and what that means to other parts of the city. So I just wanted to sort of put that out there as we're having these conversations as we head into these consultations, because there is going to be a large segment of the population that is not going to be part of this conversation, and that should be. And so hopefully trustees at the table can be cognizant of that, and we bring their voices to this table as well. That's all from me on that point right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Suskandarajah. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. This would be to move a motion. Should I wait and do that after? Otherwise, I have no questions or comments.
No, please go ahead, Trustee Earhart.
Okay. And I don't know through the chair if staff have a motion that could be made available on the screen. I tried to send it, but I am having some tech challenges. Okay, I think hopefully that's there for people to see. And I would say that this is something I'm hoping for a seconder. I believe Trustee Suskandarajah, I don't know if you're willing to confirm to second.
Yes, sounds good.
Yeah, and thank you so much. And also thank you for your comments just now. It had me really thinking about our board agenda for tomorrow, in particular in discussions on food security. I think some of the results in that report that we're viewing really speak to what you just said about how all different wards will be represented differently, and this will be coming to the table differently. And so thank you. And so this motion is attempts to speak to what I thought we may be trying to get at, what we thought we may be trying to get at for prior to the public consultations. It may not be that this information has to be provided directly to board. It could be that this information go out as part of public consultation, but really it's seeking to add some specifics to what we would like to see to support that public consultation process. So specifically more on the use of the LOI right now, as has been discussed tonight, if experts are amenable, a summary of the meetings held with focus groups and a list of experts that have been engaged, any updated proposals for the LOI definition, methodology, and formula, understanding that the perspective is this is meant to trigger. However, I do know that there's a high degree of interest in that, and we've heard that tonight as well. This was something that we had brought out in the May motion, and I think it would be helpful for this as well, though it is changed. To Trustee Suskandarajah's point, consideration of metrics that could be used alongside or in addition to current school-based LOI to consider impacts of programs of choice, gentrification, and the deepening and concentration of poverty, and other matters that may relate to equity and educational outcomes within schools. So if there could be further information, a consultation package on that, those are discussions that we believe could take place alongside this policy review. And then lastly, and this hasn't been discussed as much tonight, but a description of the Learning Opportunities Grant and how it relates to LOI and this policy. And this is something that I have seen come to board before. We've received some small paragraphs describing how currently LOI is used in Learning Opportunities Grant allocations. And I think that could be something that may also be a benefit during the public consultation process. I look forward to hearing others' perspectives on this, and would also be grateful for staff insights on if this would be a supportive motion at this time to the efforts underway. Thanks very much.
Trustee Suskunaraja, the seconder, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
No, other than thank you to Trustee Earhart. And I think what this motion aims to do is sort of summarize a lot of the comments and concerns that have been voiced today and just get an opportunity for us to sort of get it right. You know, there is a lot of eyes and concerns about this policy, and so we want to make sure we're doing it, you know, it's our due diligence. And of course, this will lay the foundation for how we continue to look at this policy, right? This is a policy we look at more frequently, at least the methodology. So, you know, just want to show my appreciation, and I look forward to the conversations that will continue.
Thank you. And before we begin our speakers list, I'm looking to staff to see if they have any comments they'd like to share around this motion.
Thank you. And through you, I'm just wanting to invite Director Russell Rollins if she would like to begin. If not, I will certainly make a suggestion. I think Director Russell Rollins must be tied up. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide some comment on the motion. Not to worry, Director, we see that you're on the phone, and welcome you back when you are able. Trustee Earhart, we have had an opportunity to look at the detail in your motion, and it is certainly extensive, and our suggestion is that for the trustees to refer this back to staff for our consideration as we are developing the LOI policy. This has really been like a consultation in and itself, and know that we'll be hearing a great deal more. Some of the items within your drafted motion will take an extensive amount of time. So again, we would not want to in any way hold up the consultation phase while that is being developed. But certainly, as we are finalizing the policy to bring back to the board, we will look at your suggestions very intently. So that would be our recommended pathway. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Srisco. Up first, we have Trustee Arts. Please go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, I'm in my car. I'm at a drive-through, so I apologize for any background noise. So I'm sorry, I was in another hearing, so I joined late, so I didn't get to hear the previous discussion. But just on this motion, I just want to highlight point D. So I'm not on the committee, but I'm supportive. And point D especially, the consideration of metrics that could be used alongside the LOI. I have a neighborhood that is gentrifying, but within especially one larger region of my ward, I also have a very large amount of community housing and facilities that overlap with housing that is gentrifying. So one of the challenges in this sort of area of the city impacts 5 or 6 schools, and what the challenge that is props up is that as housing prices are increasing, it impacts the LOI, but the community housing, the social housing, and the refugee and housing that's used for immigration by the cities and those different levels of government, it's still always there. So I would like to see consideration for not so much the school as a whole in that piece, but how we continue to serve those areas. And just an example, I had one of my schools, just as they phrase it, fall off of the model schools program, just edge its way above 150. But it draws from a large amount of community housing. So this calculation came last year, and this fall, their number increased by nearly 100 students over projection, and all of them are refugees to the city. So it's a population that's not necessarily stable because they're not buying the houses, but it does impact the communities, and the things like a community support worker and the additional staff that those families would benefit from are no longer in the school this year. And so this has affected actually sort of 3 schools in the area, but predominantly 1 school. So I appreciate the LOI, and I've always very much appreciated Dr. Cameron's research and things on this, but I would really appreciate understanding how we take into consideration those areas of needs that are not as long-standing or as stable as the LOI calculation is, like in a 3-year cycle. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the movers for putting this forward and for all of the ongoing consultation with the ICCAC around this and LOI in general. So that's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Director, I see that you're back. Did you want to make any comments?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I don't want to take you backwards in the conversation. I'm sorry, I had to step away for a previous phone call meeting. So if there's a specific question for me, I would be happy to answer it. If not, I will continue to follow the discussion.
Thank you, Director. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to thank the mover and the seconder for moving this very important motion. I think is really help the trustee understand what LI is, what is LI is being applied to, whether the trustee can have some kind of decision making process into the LI index formulation. I just don't know whether I can add amendment to this motion.
Okay, Trustee Pei, what is your amendment?
I would add the amendment regarding the staff prior report regarding the how successful the previous SOI index been providing equitable opportunity to the students and ensure their success. Because I want to know whether this LOI index really support student success.
Trustee Pei, are you able to provide that in writing just so that we can get it on?
Writing? Sure. Can I send them to Denise? Are you, Chair?
Denise and Bella, please.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Earhart and Trustee Sriskandarajah, just hearing earlier staff's comments around referring this back so they can look into how to incorporate some of what's being asked into developing the policy. I just wanted to ask the mover and seconder what your thoughts are on that.
Thank you, Chair. This is Trustee Earhart. I'm comfortable if Trustee Srishkandaraja is comfortable, and thanks very much to everyone for their comments as well.
I'm very happy to refer back to staff.
Okay. In that case, Trustee Pei, the movers and seconders have now decided to refer this back to staff. So at this time, we're not able to make the amendment, but it is being noted on what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. So now we're going to vote on referring this motion back. It's moved by Trustee Earhart and Trustee Srishkandaraja, and all those in favor.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Trustee Pei, Trustee Hastings, Trustee Wong.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Trustee Earhart, Chair Chernoslin.
Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Nunziata. And Trustee Wong is in favor. Yeah. And that carries. Thank you. Next, we're back to the original motion. Trustee Pei, I believe you are next on the speakers list. Trustee Pei, are you there?
Yes, Anne.
Okay, please go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, could you put up my motion so everybody can read?
Yep, it's right on. It's on the screen right now.
Okay, wonderful. Just give me 1 second. Okay. LI is a program I think is intended to improve educational achievements. Factors used here are really used specifically because they're mostly strongly correlated with the student achievement. The same analysis must be done for the introduction of any new consideration for determining factors. So it really should show at least as strong as a correlation as every other factors, and such analysis must control for existing factors. Anything less is a drop in standard. Also, the people hurt by this are literally the children who need the most help. So we need this level of rigor to protect and help these students. We also need any factors to be objective in design and implementation. Also to ensure fairness. For equity reasons related to unconscious bias, we need a transparent and objective process that can be critiqued and scrutinized for the possible existence of unconscious biases. Therefore, I would recommend the board to be resolved that is the draft revised learning opportunity index policy be referred back to staff for further revision and clarification on the following matters. Number one, clarification in the policy on appropriate external equity factors to be considered in the staff discretionary powers to discount IOI data, and the requirements that similar statistical rigor be applied to any discretionary decisions permitted by the staff to demonstrate that such decisions are based on a sufficient strong relationship to student achievement. I hope, my dear colleagues, you can support my motion. Thank you.
We just need a seconder. Trustee, we're looking for a seconder to put this on the floor. Trustee Hastings?
Dennis Hastings.
Okay, perfect. Trustee Hastings, as a seconder, do you have any comments you'd like to make? Okay, so just like the previous motion, before we start the speakers list, we're going to head to staff to see if they have any comments on this motion.
Thank you very much, and through you, Chair. Similar to staff's best advice in regards to Trustee Earhart's motion, this has been a very fulsome and enriching conversation and an enlightening one for staff in their development of this draft policy. We would recommend that this is referred back to staff for and considered as feedback to inform the LOI policy development. I will ask Dr. Cameron to comment in regards to some of the concepts that are within the motion. Thank you, Dr. Cameron.
Through the chair. Yeah, the two areas that Trustee Pei you're asking for is about discretionary decisions by staff when they either move away from the LOI, don't use the LOI, or indeed if they aren't using the LOI, a similar amount of statistical rigor be in relation to the associated decision on student achievement be used. These things are, I think, because of many decisions that people would use not necessarily the formal ones that have an algorithm to them, like say a vice principal or whatnot, but the many other decisions that are used in when staff choose to go in a different direction for the LOI are contextually specific decisions. Statistical rigor wouldn't apply to those decisions. A certain rigor would, right? Like the rigor, conceptual rigor, experiential rigor, pedagogic rigor in relation to student achievement as there's a conceptual connection to student achievement and student success and student learning. So there's lots of those things inside of, I think, the work here. I really do appreciate what you're asking here in terms of the kind of rigor that staff use for making decisions. I just think that I think that formalizing the decisions in relation to the kind and quality of all the decisions that the LOI might be a part of, given the context of those decisions, the context is so important in those decisions. And statistics is a decontextualized study. So you need both. And sometimes you privilege context over statistical work for obvious reasons in an educational setting. So I think that I appreciate the principles around this, but I think that would be a very difficult thing to operationalize in a board.
Thank you, Dr. Cameron. Next on the speakers list, or to begin our speakers list, is Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. I don't think it's our role to tell staff what their discretionary powers are. I do not think that is the role of trustees. It is up to staff to operationalize. That's my feeling. I don't believe this is in order.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Laskin. Seeing no other questions or comments. Oh, Trustee Charleston, please go ahead.
I feel like I don't understand this motion. I actually don't, I have 2 master's degrees. I actually don't understand maybe I'm missing it, but I need it explained to me, and I'm not even sure if the public was to read this, they would understand it. I'm not trying to be funny. I actually am trying to understand what it's asking, and I don't really know. Like when Dr. Cameron started talking about all the different types of rigor, I don't know if those are academic terms he's using or if that's, I need this explained to me if I'm supposed to vote on this. I know that sounds like I can't vote in favor of this without having something in plainer language. So maybe the movers can explain it to me.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure. Trustee Pei, Trustee Hastings, if you can provide further clarification on what your motion is trying to achieve, please.
I think the motion is really about, what kind of parameter we try to establish SOI. So I think in our objectivity, in terms of SOI is, there should be all objective factors, no subjectivity into this developing this index. So basically, I'm asking is clarification how the policy will be solely on objectivity, not the subjectivity from the staff. Also, what I'm asking is, we have kind of statistical analysis to measure whether this LOI is really support student achievement, whether this LOI has really a strong correlation regarding student achievement, because student achievement is our goal. If we don't have any measure matrix to ensure LOI to support student achievement, so what's the purpose to develop this index? That's the motion about.
Through the chair, sorry to jump ahead of you, Louise, but that's not how I'm sorry, I need clarification. That's not how I read this motion, Trustee Pei. I read it as when you're moving away from or not using the LOI in a decision, you need to have an equivalent level. What I mean by, I guess I'll clarify how I understand rigor is good statistical work. Rigor could be good pedagogic work. Rigor means that it's substantiated in research. It is a high yield work. It's been studied. It's understood as a good practice. It's a good practice. And these conditions are situated in what good vice principalship looks like, what good social work looks like, what is good and effective teaching could be considered rigorous teaching in terms of the notion or the quality of the statistical work, because stats can be not very rigorous as well, and we all know that in our world. So to me, this is, and maybe I'm wrong here, Trustee Pei, but to me, those two are saying that when you're not using the LOI in a decision, or you move away from the LOI in a decision-making process, you need to have an equivalent amount of statistical rigor or your ideas have to be associated in your decision to student achievement. And that's why I think it's a complicated piece to put into a policy around the use of the LOI.
So what kind of statistical analysis we really measure student success at the board right now? So what kind of measure matrix we measure student success? So we're in educational institution. We're talking about academic excellence. Do we have any measures regarding student
Trustee Pei?
academic excellence?
Trustee Pei, Trustee Chernow-Slin has the floor right now.
Okay,
So
thank you.
she's addressing the question, I think, to staff and to the mover and seconder for clarification. Do you have any further comments you'd like to make?
So I guess, just hearing some of the discussion, for me, it kind of seems like what this is asking, which I don't think is what's written, if I'm to understand it, it's provide us with a justification of how LOI works and why it's effective. That's kind of that's a much plainer language, that's what I'm hearing, at least from Trustee Pei at the beginning, that he wants to understand, how do we know this is working? Which I think is a fair question. We want to know, because we're putting a lot in our system, we're running a lot of things where LOI is a portion of decision-making. It's not the entirety of the decision-making, but it is a factor in many of the ways we apportion our resources. And so he wants to make sure, I'm gathering, Trustee Pei, that you want to make sure that we're doing this judiciously, that there's reasons behind it, and that there's data to show that it's effective, which I think is a fair shot. My thinking would be that part of that should come out in our multi-year strategic plan when we think about those 11 indices that are ministry. We're going to be starting with the ones that the ministry has laid out that should be tracking whether our accountability on those pieces, right? So to me, like, I kind of feel like some of this is probably, if I have it right, some of this is encapsulated in what we just referred back to staff, because I think there was that portion at the end that was sort of asking for an outline of LOI, and the piece that Shelley, Trustee Laskin, had asked staff to consider of that kind of outline of LOI. So if I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but what I'm hearing, like, I'm feeling confused by, I will say, what's on the screen versus what Dr. Cameron reads versus what Trustee Pay has presented to us. So that's all to say, I don't really know what to do with this exactly, but I understand the idea of wanting to make sure that the decisions we're making are working, that these metrics that we're using are effective, and wanting to track the accountability of them, which I agree is important.
Thank you. Up next on the speakers list is Trustee Sriskandarajah, followed by Trustee Williams. Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Pay, for bringing this forward so we can have this conversation. If we were to vote on this, I would ask if we could vote at seriatim, just because I'm also not very clear with, I understand, or I think I understand the first part. It just, to me, it seems, and I think it's a good question you raised, about when we don't use LOI, what are we using? So I think that, and you just want that clarification, and I think that's a really important, interesting ask. The second part, I'm just a little bit confused about, because I do agree with the intention, the spirit, which, if I'm understanding correctly, that we want to make sure we're making decisions based on how it's always informed by student achievement. What I just don't understand is that I thought LOI already accounts for student achievement. So if we're not using LOI, is it to say that we are still centering student achievement? If that's the case, maybe it just needs to be reworded. I'm a bit confused, but I do see there's things in here that I get where it's coming from. I think just a little bit more clarity would really benefit all of us. That's just my comment for now. Thank you.
Sriskandarajah, Trustee Williams, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, through the chair. And thank you to staff for the report and all of the work that's gone into presenting this. I just have a question in regards to the motion that's in front of us right now to staff. Would approval of this motion have any impact on those action plan and associated timelines, excuse me? We were looking at October 16th to bring the revised policy, draft policy to GPC and subsequently to board on November 6th. Is there anything in that motion that would impact the action plan and the timelines? Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, I think in short answer, the answer is yes, and particularly I. When I spoke earlier in regards to how the committee may wish to manage this motion, was to refer to staff so that we would consider this as one piece of feedback in our beginning consultation as we are developing the refined policy, to be explaining the LOI, as well as to be making connections to a strong consultation package that we have discussed. By referring it back to staff to be considered as feedback, I would not interpret that as stalling the launch of the consultation, trustees. So that could be one pathway. But taken as it is standing now, yes, it would absolutely halt the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So I think I'm on the same page as Trustee Chernaslin and Trustee Siskandarajah. I get the conversation that has happened is, I agree, that's all understandable, like what's been stated verbally. What's written is that's not coming across as the same thing to me. And my concern with what's written, like, so the LOI is a blunt instrument. I think we've heard a lot with how, you know, it's calculated every 3 years, but it's a blunt tool to address the greatest needs within our system. But they're not the only needs, and there's a lot of local decision making in year and year to year to support schools. And so staff, on an operational level, staff are making decisions to allocate resources to schools as the needs arise. And those are frequently contextual. So occurrences that are happening in the school, within the community, such as immigration, such as violence, such as just even new programming, community challenges. There is, like, when I go visit my schools and we look at the achievement data, like what the school has built into their school improvement plan and how they're allocating resources. Excuse me, the superintendent is then part of that conversation. And so there's those local conversations which are maybe informed by data, but the context is very important. So I would be very cautious about tying staff's hands, that anything we do, there's reasons to use the LOI on a grander scale, and especially at a policy level as we are at the board level. But at the local school level, I would worry, as this is worded, that we would be preventing staff from responding to the needs of schools within a year and year to year, you know, to address specific needs, or make, you know, short-term decisions in allocating resources where they're needed. So I wouldn't want to see, not everything is based in statistics. There's lots of other conversations and context have to happen. I think going back to the conversation about VP allocations, we, as a system, we do the initial calculation of the number of VPs and where they're going to be allocated to schools by taking into account the size of the school, the programs in the school, whether it goes to grade 8, and the LOI in that VP allocation. But we have a few extra, and there's a discretionary piece that superintendents have to look at the schools and their learning network and say who really needs an extra half VP this year, who is really facing challenges and needs that. And that is that is a broad discussion amongst multiple levels of staff and support to decide to allocate that. And I wouldn't want to make things so rigorous that they prevent our staff from being able to respond to the needs as they arise in schools. So, but I get the conversation that happens about, you know, featuring student success and wanting being able to measure that and understand that part makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, so I won't be voting on the amendment, but I did want to just make a comment. Through the discussion and reading the motion, I understand that this is very much about correlating LOI with student achievement. And I just take note that our mission is about student achievement and well-being. And I wonder about how the LOI is also used to support well-being efforts, understanding that those are foundation to student achievement. But I just wonder about the times that LOI might be supporting well-being in a way where that is not necessarily able to be represented in a really quantifiable kind of way. And I just worry about the absence of well-being in just this discussion overall. So yeah, just a comment there.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Okay, I just want to clarify, we, the trustees who have a confusion about my motion. My motion is really about asking for clarity. I'm asking the staff clarify when this question can be used and why, and the relevant factors. Providing clarity, just like the motion says. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Pei. Seeing no further comments or questions on this item, we'll open the vote.
Madam Chair, I think it's Trustee it is Sri Kandriata's recommended vote is Siri Adam. Is that possible?
Let me look to our governance team if we're able to. Yep.
Siri Adams can have recorded vote as well. Oh.
Madam Chair, we in committee. There's no recorded vote.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll do Part A first. Okay. All those in favor of Part A?
Trustee Pei in favor.
Skandarajah in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Trustee Hastings in favor.
I still don't understand. I don't even understand it. Opposed. I don't understand what I'm voting for.
Okay, and that has carried, and now we'll go to Part B.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Trustee Earhart opposed. Sorry, Trustee Pei.
Trustee Hastings in favor.
Opposed.
Okay, and that has carried. So now we're back to the main motion. Seeing no further comments or questions on this item, we'll need a mover and seconder.
Trustee Pei.
Trustee Pei and Trustee Hastings. All those in favor? Any
Trustee Pei.
opposed? Okay, and that has carried. All right, folks, so the time is 8 o'clock. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume and go on to the next item. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you kindly for waiting. Up next, we have our next policy. I'd first of all like to thank Associate Director Sarisco, Senior Manager Cameron, and Policy Coordinator Plotnikov for their support on the LOI Index Policy Review. Up next for the fundraiser policy review, I'll turn it over to Associate Director Zucker.
Thank you, and through the chair, we are happy to bring forward this policy for approval. This policy has been a number of years in the making with regards to the. And I am going to turn it over to Senior Manager Gary Green to walk us through the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening. And through the chair, I'd like to start by thanking the team that supported the development of this important policy, this draft policy. Lisa and Vitali from the policy department, and Jessica and Lily from Educational and Business Partnerships, among many others who have supported along the way. The fundraising policy, P021, was last reviewed in 2003. On May 3rd, 2023, staff provided preliminary provisions to Governance and Policy Committee, followed by public consultation. A pre-consultation survey was conducted with PIAC in spring of 2023 for 1 month to obtain initial feedback. An extended term of public consultation was initiated on May the 29th, 2023, and concluded on October 20th, 2023. As part of the public consultations, the policy was posted on the TDSB website and shared, with various stakeholder groups, the community advisory committees, school councils, student senate, professional associations, and unions for input and comments. Also in the fall of 2023, we undertook a design thinking challenge through the Service Excellence program. And through that, we gained very in-depth and extensive input from internal staff, including members of the finance team, so the finance manager and comptroller, 2 trustees, a school council representative, a member of SEAC, and a student trustee. So some revisions to the policy based on all of this input is an update to definitions, a commitment to equity through a proposed system priorities fund, formerly known as the Central Equity Fund. This will be significant, especially when we have the opportunity to add more detail in the procedures. We aim to have system messaging through a communications plan, set annual targets, survey the community on system needs. Currently, some of the system needs that have been identified are backpacks and school supplies, outerwear, and other local needs such as devices. And we will also develop a mechanism to promptly distribute these funds in an equitable and transparent manner. We've also aligned the policy with current ministry guidelines, and there's quite extensive guidelines. And so I know one of the people who had deputed was talking about how there's a lot of accountability mechanisms in there, and that's true. And a lot of that is as a result of the ministry guidelines as well. And we've also added provisions regarding online donations and overall transparency and accountability of dollars. And again, one of the people who deputed talked about how just using school cash online was not appropriate. The actual policy doesn't insist on school cash online. It doesn't mention school cash online. It says they may be conducted online using only the TDSB's approved online donation portal or other centrally approved module. I think this is very important to point out because if we allow just any donation portal to be used, we run the risk of having high fees and major issues with respect to privacy and donor information, list sharing, seller of donor information, vulnerability to hackers, and it just goes on and on. I hope I've made my point with respect to that one. And to ensure that this process has been data informed and extensively consulted, board staff administered a survey as well. So I feel as though we've gone above and beyond what the normal process would be. In this survey, we had 323 respondents, and they represented parents, guardians, caregivers, school council members, employees, the committees that I previously mentioned, trustees, and students. And they completed the online survey, and we also received a number of emails containing feedback as well. So here were some of the themes that we heard. So regarding the implementation of a system priorities fund, 54% agreed or strongly agreed with the implementation of a system priorities fund. 30% disagreed or strongly disagreed with the implementation of a system priorities fund, and 16% had no opinion regarding the implementation of a system priorities fund. So overall, there's a fairly strong majority in terms of supporting that. Regarding whether or not surplus fund sharing should be voluntary or mandatory, 60% felt that it should be voluntary, only 30% felt it should be mandatory, and 10% had no opinion. So again, we're following the guidelines and suggestions of those who have provided their input. In addition to the survey, board staff held a focus group for PX consultation working group on October 12th, and the feedback received at that meeting is reflected in the revised policy. I believe that one of those who deputed also made reference to the fact that we changed one of the provisions by removing the reference to sale of alcohol as a result of that feedback. It's not that it had not been contemplated, as he had mentioned, but that we just felt that it would be overreach because there is the P095 that already speaks to that, and I believe that that is also due for review as well. So the revised draft fundraising policy was reviewed and approved at Executive Council on February 27th, 2024. And I'd just like to say that prior to wrapping up and welcoming questions, I'd like to share that there has been significant input on this policy from a wide array of communities. This may be one of the more complex and detailed policies and input processes that I've been a part of. As such, I'll try my best to answer all the questions, and what I can answer, I will provide information promptly before it goes to board. It's fair to say that there are some disparate views on some aspects of this policy. However, we have relied upon the majority of feedback from numerous groups and individuals, as well as the ministry fundraising guidelines, other policies and governing rules, such as those set by CRA. We feel comfortable that what we are presenting is a vast improvement over the current policy and brings us in line with ministry guidelines and other guiding documents. There are a number of details that will still need to be ironed out through the procedures, which we hope to promptly attend to if passed at this stage and at board come April. Thank you, and I'd welcome your questions.
Thank you, Senior Manager Green. First up, we have Trustee Sriskandarajah. Please go ahead.
Thank you to staff for working on this. I was a bit surprised. I thought this was a really great opportunity to go beyond what I see in front of me. I think, and I hope as the evening unfolds, we can have that conversation. I think there is more that could still be done on this policy, quite frankly. I think what would have also helped is just for us, along with the policy, to get the list. I know it's distributed before, but I can't seem to find it with what all the schools raise, just to give a context of how that looks from different schools. So I had a couple of questions before, coming back to that. So when it comes to major changes, I'm still not, I'm trying to figure out, it wasn't very clear to me which are sort of remaining the same and which have really changed. So in terms of something that stood out to me, the raffles. So the raffles require a lottery license. Is this something we've always done, or is this something new in this version of the policy?
Through the chair, that is governed by city and provincial laws, so that's something that's a requirement. It is something that we had advised to do, but it wasn't actually incorporated into the policy itself.
Okay. My other question through you, Madam Chair, is procurement. So, what happens, as sort of the example we saw earlier today, what happens in incidences where a school wants to procure something that's not through our vendor list. It's an item that's just not available. I imagine they wouldn't have to wait till we update our list. Are there some exceptions to this?
So through the chair, that's really a purchasing and procurement issue that sort of goes beyond the fundraising itself. If you're talking specifically about fundraising vendors, like say, for example, for a fun fair and they need to get a bouncy castle or something like that, then by all means they can reach out to our department and they can be vetted to be added to a list. And we do that fairly regularly.
Okay. Okay. So they wouldn't have to wait for that annual adding. It's just, if their school needs something that's not on the list, it's a pretty quick process. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. There will be, vetting requirements. For example, we don't want to be, there's something in the policy that speaks to you can't be financially benefiting from this yourself. So, I mean, if school council says, oh, I want to bring in this DJ and it's somebody's son, and that's what, I mean, we have to do vetting and make sure they have the insurance requirements and that sort of stuff. But it is something that we do turn around quite regularly. And I would just ask that they reach out to our office, and that's something that can be done. The procedures would outline more of the actual procedure of how that's done as well.
Thank you. And to our delegates today who did just a phenomenal job, and they brought up a really interesting issue where, in the policy, it does look like the principal has a lot of power, and I get why that is the case. But there isn't a process within the policy to appeal this. There's a little bit of language about there's a central department, but not very clear. So I would really like to see some language in there around an appeals process.
So through the chair, the students that spoke, and I'm assuming you're speaking specifically about the students, Lakshmi and Sarah, they did make some good points. I would point out that what they were referring to was not the fundraising policy. It's actually PR 609, which has not been updated since 2010. And so I do think that there is a requirement for some updates to that. I will turn this over to Associate Director Pon as well. Having said that, our procedures can talk about what an appeal process would be. And similar to our transportation procedures, for example, we go into detail in terms of how one would appeal if they weren't satisfied. But generally speaking, if you're dissatisfied with the principal, it goes to the superintendent, exec superintendent to the director. But having said that, if Associate Director Pon has anything to add that I haven't covered, I'd be happy to turn the floor over.
Through the chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Green. In fact, you've covered what I was about to say. The parent concern protocol is there to address any concerns. And the normal process really is to address the matter with the superintendent, and then it goes up the chain, essentially. There are, of course, other avenues for a reconsideration of any decisions, and one was mentioned during the deputation. However, the primary role is to try to address any issues as soon as they are happening, and that's the really strong effectiveness of the parent concern protocol. So for some issues like that, I would begin with following the parent concern protocol. Thank you.
Okay, thank you through your chair. So can we get language in this policy that says that this will follow the parent protocol? Because right now what it says is, well, the principal is ultimately responsible for all fundraising activities. The principal will have financial oversight of all school generated. There's no conversation here about anybody beyond the principal. In 6.1.2, it does say central staff will have financial oversight of all system-wide fundraising activities. But when it comes to the local school, it only mentions the principal. So can we get some acknowledgement of the protocol in place? And then also, will there be now an update to the procedure? Because the transportation one does explicitly say that there is an appeal policy. I don't see any language about an appeal policy or an appeal process in what I'm seeing in front of me.
Through the chair, I could commit to putting that in the procedure or reference to that. which I think then could go into a little bit more detail. Yes, this will be coming forward with the new procedure, and we're looking to bring this back as quickly as we can as well.
And what would, through you, Madam Chair, what would be the timeline for the update on the procedure?
Through the chair, assuming an April approval at board, and again, depending on what happens this evening, I would hope by the end of the summer to be able to have the procedures done for implementation for September.
Okay, thank you. That is all for me for now.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Are there any more comments or questions on this item? Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to staff. I think the update is really important. I really like the clarity and the simplicity of some of the language here. Interestingly, when the students spoke today, the policy doesn't speak to, they speak to school councils and they speak to school community, but they don't speak to student council fundraisers. And I'm wondering if something needs to be added about that through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, that's a good point, and we can look into that prior to bringing it forward to board.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful for clarity moving forward in case there's another instance where school councils might want to do something, but the school principal determines that it's not, they won't approve it, I guess is the simplest way to put it. The other piece, I am, again, I don't know if I'm on the minority or the majority about this point, but I do very much support the new Systems Priority Fund, and I do very much support that it's not mandatory. And interestingly, when I was doing some research on this, I found an article I wrote in 2014 for the North Toronto Post, because in 2014, we were also discussing about pooling a portion of fundraising dollars between schools in different neighborhoods. That's how the premise came up then. And it was an article where I spoke to the pros and cons of what that would mean for community. And I really believe that the majority of schools, certainly that have fundraised within my ward, usually donate at least a portion of funds or have specific fundraisers or twin with another school on a purely voluntary basis, because they actually do believe and understand that they are in a privileged position and wish to share. I am always grateful when we see the report that comes forward about fundraising dollars and the fact that we do differentiate resourcing because we know about that, and the lines tend to flatline once the additional resources are put in versus the schools that fundraise. And I completely agree that that is our system obligation. So the real only comment I had was about the student piece, because I do really like the updating. I like the fact that it now follows all the rules and guidelines. And I especially like, because I remember back in the day when I was on school councils, that you have to fundraise for a purpose, and that has to be clearly articulated before parents and community members volunteer for the activities. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm supportive.
Through the chair, that's an excellent point about the purpose. The specific wording around the accountability and transparency on the ministry guidelines is that fundraising has a designated purpose and the proceeds are used for that purpose. And so I think that really underscores the importance of being able to direct funds.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Up next, we have Trustee Dawson, followed by Trustee Earhart, Trustee Williams, and Trustee King. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I really want to echo what my colleagues have said about the need for an appeals process. I do not think that the parent concern protocol is the appropriate mechanism to escalating that. Based on the experience of students, that process has not worked for them. And so I think it would be prudent for us to find, you know, a more unbiased perspective through a mechanism that involves people who are not directly correlated with the situation at the school level. So that's my suggestion. I also see, you know, the school principal is mentioned in terms of accountability of funds and 6.1 and 6.6. So there's this whole thing speaks to the discretion of the principal. And so where there's mention of discretion of the principal, I think there should again be a mechanism to appeal. And that's all. Those are.
If I may speak to that, I do think we have to be careful as well, and not to undermine the principal in terms of their accountability, both with the ministry dollars they receive, as well as the fundraise dollars. The fundraise dollars are being fundraised in the name of the school. The school council is not itself a separately legal entity, and so there is a fiduciary responsibility that the principal has to safeguard and look after those funds and to make sure that they're not abused. So I do think that is a very important point. To your other point, through the chair, with respect to the appeals process, I've now heard this from more than one trustee. I respect what you're saying, and so I think that it would be wise to incorporate that as we update this policy and to put that forward prior to the board meeting in April.
Okay, thank you. And you know, through the chair, just to clarify, I meant at the discretion of the principal for the fundraiser in general, not necessarily the oversight of the funds, but more just the agreement or willingness to go forward with the fundraiser, which would then warrant an appeals process if needed. So it all kind of tied back to that. But those are my comments for now.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to turn off my screen just because it'll help with things here. So just a quick point. One is, I believe it was Trustee Laskin had mentioned around if school councils and student councils were included. I may have the comment wrong. I just wanted to note that I observed in the definition of school community that it was inclusive. It has students, parents, caregivers, staff, schools, student councils, trustees, and members of the broader community, parents, and others who support the local school and student achievement. It was a very broad definition. So I had thought that they were captured, but I could be wrong. Like Trustee Shoshkandaraja, I was a little disappointed seeing this come, and that's because I had high hopes that we would be looking to be very ambitious for not pooling fundraising. I don't think that would be the objective, but to have some kind of recognition of the disparities of fundraising and what that means on a sustained multi-year basis for the opportunities for our schools. Recognizing that these are funds that are fundraised by a local community for their local school, I had been hopeful. I would have expected it would be unpopular, that would be expected. But I would have expected some supportive evidence through the consultation or something to kind of get at, even if it's not popular, would it be acceptable in a small way? And so I am hoping to put forward a motion tonight for people's consideration. I would ask everyone to think about it. To me, just we weren't provided the information for this meeting to really speak to the differences in fundraising, but what I have seen in reports in the past and what I see in my ward is we have in the tens of thousands of dollars fundraise, in excess of $50,000 fundraise, and we have less than $500 fundraise. And so while I do know that there is sistering happening between schools, and I know there's contributions happening, it is challenging for individuals councils to do that, to make the case for that year over year. And I think it could be helpful to put in place a modest contribution in policy, and to consider in procedure what those levels would be. So I would like to propose that, just back of the envelope, for a $30,000 fund, that would be 60 schools giving $500. So in the context of the top 60 schools, that is a modest amount. Some of them I know are already doing it anyway. I don't think this would veer, once implemented transparently, from the intent of funds. And I think that this is something that our school communities, if presented, would be willing to take on. And so I want to put that forward to my trustee colleagues. I would invite staff comment based on observations, not just from the consultation, but in terms of what the disparities around fundraising and how we are supporting schools, and how we're proposing in the future to facilitate supporting schools in making contributions to a central fund, and motivating and inspiring that. Thank you.
So through the chair, I'll just divulge that when this process started, it was I was more on the side of mandatory, because I thought that this would be a great way to be able to bridge some gaps. Based on the reading and research we've done, the intent of the ministry guidelines, central tenets with respect to fundraising, and that it has to have a designated purpose and that it should be used for that purpose, hearing from so many parents and all of this feedback. And then when we actually go out and do a survey, and the results are fairly resoundingly in support of voluntary, I think if we're going to ask for the voice of the community, I do think that we need to listen to it. There are times, obviously, where that's overridden for principled reasons, and I understand this may be one of those. But having said that, I have met with our team to discuss what a voluntary process could look like, how we could make it a lot easier through our communications planning, and through building infrastructure to be able to make this work, and how we can actually reach out to corporations when we actually identify through data what the top system priorities are across the system as well, leaning on some of the information from the previous discussion for LOI and other factors as well. And so I think that there are a lot of ways to narrow that gap. We currently, over I think the last 17 years, we looked at it, and it's about a $30,000 to $35,000 average. Certainly ebbs and flows, like up and down year to year, but that's about all we've been raising with respect to central equity. We would feel comfortable committing to well over 100,000 through this, and also through an employee giving campaign. We are very committed and very excited by the prospect of this systems priority fund if managed properly. The procedures are going to have a lot of the details of this, and I do understand the desire to do something different and innovative. I do think we'll be able to marry these two, have the concepts and allow people to have their voice with respect to having it voluntary, while also maximizing, leveraging, and really expanding the opportunity to build these funds to lower the gap with respect to those fundraising metrics that you previously mentioned.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do see that the motion is up through the chair. I'm happy to wait until the end of questions. If this show stops and we want to discuss the motion now before continuing, I'm also happy to do that. I'll take direction from the chair, and I would be seeking a seconder for this motion as well. Thank you.
And if I may as well, through the chair, we are fully supportive of the accountability measures in Part B of this resolution, and by all means would be able to adhere to that.
Thank you, Trustee Erhard. And I was just going to ask you the same thing, if you're okay with us putting up the motion after we go through the speakers list, as we do have a growing list. So if you are okay with that, then we'll go to Trustee Williams, followed by Trustee King, Trustee Lee, Trustee Pei, and then round 2 of the speakers list is Trustee Laskin and Trustee Sriskandarajah. So Trustee Williams, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, and through the chair. I really appreciate this draft policy, fundraising policy coming before us, and all the work that staff have done in the consultation process. This is long overdue. I just want to reiterate and add my voice to the call for that this section that refers to student councils. I was really appreciative of the 2 students that came before us to delegate earlier this evening, the students from Central Technical School and Bloor Collegiate. So, you know, that section referring to student councils, I think would be very helpful. And also, you know, acknowledging and appreciating the student voice that came before us to delegate this evening with regard to their experiences and that need for some reference to an appeal process to be included. I was looking at one of the sections. If you'll bear with me, I'm just getting back to it in the document, 6.4.4. Just at the end there, I know it's like a little bit of wordsmithing, you know, in the final hour, but that last sentence there that talks about consultation with the school community, consultation with the school council and school community. I know the school community includes the school council, but just to, I don't know, it reinforces for me the importance of that engagement and participation and consultation between the principal of the school and the school council. So those were just my comments and suggestions, and it just basically reinforces some of the comments being made by my other colleagues, my trustee colleague, around the inclusion of the student council and the appeal process. Through the chair, those are my comments and suggestions.
Through the chair, thank you, and I think that's an important and helpful comment.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through chair. Pardon me. I echo a lot of the comments that we've already heard, so I'm really not going to repeat those, but I'm happy to see the motion that's going to come forward later on regarding that fund. I do have a question regarding accountability and management of funds, and I just wanted to seek some clarification from staff. Looking at that same clause 6.4.4, I've heard, I think, of situations where school councils are operating as nonprofits and are reporting to CRA. And I'm just wanting to verify that the all at the beginning of this clause would capture all school councils with any type of format, any other kind of structure, any other kind of, you know, becoming a nonprofit, that doesn't exclude any of this policy applying, that this policy applies regardless of that setup, and that there would absolutely be a requirement to be reporting to the board. Can I just get a verification of that?
Yes.
Information?
Yes, that's true.
Thank you very much. And that is all.
Thank you, Trustee King. Up next, we have Trustee Lee. Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead.
Oh, it's not me, right? Okay.
Oh, no, sorry, it's Trustee Lee.
Sorry, is it me or is it Trustee Sriskandarajah?
My apologies, it's late. It's you, Trustee Lee. Please go ahead.
All right, okay. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. First of all, I do want to thank staff for this this update and this feedback on the phase 4 of our parent consultation and the draft report for phase 5. And I also want to thank all the community members, parents, students who actually participated in our opinion gathering or feedback gathering process to revise this, to update this fundraising policy. I do believe this draft reflects a reality within our school boards. It reflects how parents would like to donate and contribute to our daily operations and in support of their schools. And it is, in my opinion, the most correct way of implementing fundraising within the TDSB. We have heard delegates today speaking their mind about certain aspects of policy, and I hope staff and my trustee colleagues would heed those very valuable advice and practice the policy in its most beneficial form for students. I know Trustee Earhart has spoken about a possible motion that's coming, and in fact, I actually put my name up for that motion, but it's okay if I'm on this list. I'd be happy to speak here. Frankly, I do not believe a mandatory deduction from parent contributions that are directed to their children's specific schools will be beneficial for students. Parents contribute their money as a part of their engagement process to support very specific activities in their children's schools. Although it is true that some schools raise more money than others, that is not our cue, and that does not give us the mandate to take money from those schools that have a more capable means to raise funds and redirect it somewhere else where the parent hasn't told us to do so. As per provincial mandate, as per the result of our consultation, as per the fantastic reasons that our staff have given us today, I have also seen research through my studies into the topic that said overhead administrative fees or any deductions from the directed use of a contribution towards a charitable cause will reduce the total income taken in from donors. And what that means is, and by the way, this is correlated from the feedback of many parent councils of whom I've spoken to. My question is, if there is a deduction or if there is a tax, because let's face it, if we mandate a deduction, it will be a tax. If there's a tax or a deduction on your total contribution to a school council, will you contribute less? And every single school council that actually collected contribution from parents told me, yes, they will donate less to schools, which means the TDSB will receive less income as a whole. That goes against everything that we fight for every single day. So I believe if any motion, any amendment passed to introduce a mandatory fee or a tax on parent contributions, the TDSB as a whole will receive less money, our students will be worse off, and we would have done this for no reason other than personal belief or ideology. So to my colleagues on this committee, as I'm not a part of it, so I can't vote against any motion introducing a tax. I hope this committee will support staff's recommendation, will listen to the voice of the community, and support, getting the school board more money and encouraging parent contributions instead of discouraging it. All right, thank you very much.
And through the chair, I'll just add that to Trustee King's previous question around school councils operating as nonprofits and how they try to find ways around, I do fear that if we mandate this, councils will try to find ways around paying that, including setting up their own thing. Like this, it would be outside of policy, but it's very hard to audit and be on top of all of them. So I do fear that these sophisticated areas that already raise a lot of money will go out of their way to try to avoid paying this additional amount. whereas they may voluntarily provide that anyway, especially when we encourage it. We have data that informs where this is going to go. So it's not Gary Green making the decision of where this money is going. This is data driven, and we have top priorities people can direct to particular accounts, as I'd mentioned, outerwear and other things like that. And so I am leery of that, and though I do know that it has great intentions, and certainly it's something that I'm supportive of in principle.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Up next, we have Trustee Pei, followed by Trustee Hastings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do echo the staff recommendation and Trustee Lee's comments. And I want to thank the staff for such a wonderful job, really trying hard to listen the community's voice, especially the parent council's voice. I was a school council chair for 2 years at the Claude Watson School for the Arts before I became trustee. Our school community was so hard to fundraise to try to fund the school because the gap, funding gap, between school program and the funding they receive from the board. We ensure the program really run as smooth as possible, and I want to say one thing to all the trustees, either on this committee or on this meeting. Parents' engagement is so critical to our school success. Let's respect that engagement from the parents. Let's respect their hard working. Do not take away from the effort. If we vote in favor for Trustee Earnhardt's motion, then what's going to happen is, it's so easy, we're going to say, nobody want to work hard anymore. Everybody getting heartbroken. So we're going to see less funding for the school and the less support to the school and less success for our student. Please, let's not do that. I will not support Trustee Earnhardt's motion. I want my other, trustee colleagues, on this committee vote against for the motion as well. Let's reward hardworking. Let's respect hardworking. Let's support our parents, our students, send our interest on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Hastings, please go ahead.
Wow, imagine that. I've served on many.
1 second, Trustee Hastings. I don't think your mic is working. Oh, okay, please go ahead.
I've served on many student committees, parent councils, and none of them that I've served with any of the parents wanted to take their money and put it elsewhere. And so in that manner, I'm gonna support both Lee and Pei, because you take their money that they fundraise for, and you're saying you're gonna give it away. You won't get any more next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. And now we're back to round 2 of our speakers list. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Put me on if the amendment goes up, but I'm speaking to the main motion now, not the amendment. A couple of things. I noticed that in the document itself, it refers to some aspects of what fundraising can be used for and what it can't be used for, but it's quite selective in terms of what it references from the ministry school fundraising guidelines. And then it mentions the ministry school fundraising guidelines a couple of times. I guess I'd just like to know from staff, why pull out certain aspects of that and not all of them in our own policy? Or will you be appending the master list of what schools can and can't do with the guidelines, so they don't have to actually look it up all the time? Would it be an appendices for the policy when we post it on the website? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Yes, through the chair. What we tried to address was the sort of the larger ones. We previously had a more like a longer list, but then we realized we couldn't put an exhaustive list in a policy. That's really a procedural matter. And so the ministry guidelines talk about capital projects, fundraising activities must be compliant with X different legislations, and it gives examples of unacceptable and acceptable uses. And we're looking at about 2 pages. And so we thought that's most appropriate to put in the procedures. And so the intent is to put that entire exhaustive list in the procedures.
Thank you. That makes sense. Then I appreciate that, because there is a provision in there about supporting political or what's perceived as being political organizations, et cetera. And I think it's good that that is in there. Now I'd like to draw my attention to the appeal process. Even though the students said there's no appeal process, that's not actually what I heard. I heard them say that they weren't happy with the principal's decision, so they went to superintendents all the way up to their executive superintendent. So they followed the procedure that we would follow if we're not happy with the principal's decision. They went to their superintendents, and then they went to their executive superintendent. And during the break, I did confirm with Superintendent Nigro that in fact did happen. So I'm actually not sure there should be a separate appeal process about every single principal decision. I actually find that would be undermining of the principal's authority within the school as per the Education Act, that they are responsible for the fundraising that happens within their school community. So I just like to make that point. I think it's unreasonable to think that every school decision has an appeal process separate and apart from our standard process, which is you go principal, superintendent, executive superintendent. And I guess at some point you could go all the way associate director, but I actually don't think there's a need for a separate appeal process. But maybe staff want to comment on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, and again, if Associate Director Pond wishes to add more, I do think there's some benefit in making reference to the existing protocol, as I've heard that is a concern, but to have a separate one for all fundraising matters, I do tend to agree with you.
Through the chair, if I can just supplement that. There are, of course, existing appeal mechanisms that exist outside of TDSB. What we wanted to make sure is that the parents, students, and so on are aware of the existing ones, which in this particular case has already been followed. So anyone who have concerns after exhausting the parent concern protocol, there are other avenues. For example, the Ombudsman, the Human Rights Tribunal. There's a number of different existing third-party avenues to proceed with. One of the earlier comments made by trustee is the desire to have a more so-called neutral or a third party to take a look at it. Well, those avenues already exist. I highly recommend against its own appeal procedure. Costly, the lack of timeliness in order to address especially something within a school year. This is why dealing with the parent concern protocol is the most effective way of dealing with this. Thank you.
Those were my comments, Madam Chair, and I'd like to get back on when the amendment's actually posted. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. And to wrap up our speakers list, we have Trustee Sriskandarajah. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm really excited about where this conversation has gone. I think, and we'll talk more about it when the motion comes up. I'm happy to second it. I know Trustee Earhart had put that out there. I think this is an opportunity for us to do something bold. I'll get back on the list to talk more about the motion, but I just want to address some of the things that were just said right now before the motion came up. I completely disagree with the idea that equity um, uh, is an ideology. I mean, everything is an ideology, but the way it was used, you know, if that's an ideology, we do these sorts of transfer payments all the time. In fact, our entire country depends on transfer payments. I also like to address the coded language that's being used, things like working hard, parents who work hard, parents who are capable, parents who make efforts. I feel that those words need to be unpacked because I think all our parents work hard. I think all our parents want the best for our kids. I think all our parents are capable. I think all our parents put efforts in. But there's structural inequalities that prevent the results of those efforts to be the same. And I refuse to believe that something like this will lead to basically schools collapsing because people aren't going to fundraise. But we'll talk more about that when the motion comes up. I just came on to say that I wanted to address some of the language that's being used and sort of the implications of that before we get into the motion. But thank you. I'm happy to second Trustee Earhart if he still needs it.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Now we'll go back to Trustee Earhart's motion. If we can get that on the screen, there it is. And it's seconded by Trustee Sriskandarajah. So Trustee Earhart and Trustee Sriskandarajah, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I'll just speak quickly then to the motion. Is that okay at this time?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I have already said, I mean, it is very difficult to have this discussion without information. It risks becoming an ideological discussion, and that is not the intention here. The intention is that the policy is being reviewed, and I feel this is a missed opportunity if we don't look at this time, because there will not be another window to look at this for some years. And I think it's important. When I've seen the information around fundraising disparities, it really hits home in terms of access to opportunity and communities' ability to fundraise. I mean, and I think we were just talking about parents working hard. Well, I mean, some students don't have parents. Like, it's just, we have real disparities in our schools, and our school communities come together in amazing ways. And I think the way we speak about this as trustees influences how it is perceived to invite our school council communities in the easiest way possible, which is what many organizations do through monthly contributions, through built-in ways for employee withdrawals, through matching. There's all kinds of ways. We also, as mentioned, has transfer payments. Any system that makes it easy for a community to make a contribution is one that over time has uptake. And so I want to invite us to think about this while it's on the table. And I believe that for very modest contributions, $500 for those schools, on my estimate, could be schools that fundraise more than $50,000 or $60,000 a year. It would be a very small contribution that could maintain, from what I've heard, the fund as it has previously been. That would be. We could also do more through this motion to hear more about what can be done that's not mandatory to promote contributions. And I want to invite trustees to think about this as an opportunity and what we would have the opportunity to put in place here. And thanks very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Sriskandarajah, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to share my thanks to Trustee Earhart. I think this is really bold, and I think that's what we need to be. I think we have a lot of conversation about the LOI. We had a lot of conversation about gentrification. We've had a lot of conversation about disparity in our previous policy, and to not connect this to this policy just to me does not make sense. This city is so rich and so wealthy. There is so much money that comes into this city, but that money is not distributed equally. We know this. And that's why I think it would have been really helpful with the report to get that the other report where it lists all the schools and how much they fundraise, because I think people don't know the disparity. I refuse to believe that parent council will go out of their way to skirt responsibilities to not contribute what I think is very minimal. But numbers that are being thrown out is, we're not saying that if you had a bake sale and you made $500 from your bake sale, that now TDSB wants to come and take half of it. It's more about, I've heard of schools who've raised $30,000 a night, and that's just one effort for that school year. And I think it's very easy. I don't think even they would miss 500 of that going to a fund to help another school. I think we can marry the conversations that we have had from our staff about increasing transparency, about encouraging more voluntary contribution. We're not saying you shouldn't go beyond the threshold or the minimum, but setting that in place, I think does a few things. One, it creates a culture of sharing and giving, and I think children learn so much from that, showing that their school is doing something for somebody other than themselves. I think it's a great learning opportunity. I think it also creates a culture of maybe students and parents want to raise even more money beyond the minimum because maybe they didn't realize. I think a lot of us live in silos and we don't know how others live around us. And I think this allows a conversation of how we can support other schools that we might not see in our day-to-day when we're surrounded mostly by people similar to us. So I think this has great potential. I think I refuse to believe that taking a very small amount is going to decimate our fundraising system, or that parents are going to say, we don't want to raise money for schools in need. I think it's actually going to build a culture. I think they're going to actually go over and beyond. I think they're going to pleasantly surprise us. I have so much faith in them. And I think this is wonderful. And I think this is a nice beginning to create a more healthier, happier city. Everybody benefits. And again, all schools are not able to fundraise the same way, and to no fault of their own. And so I think this is really great, and I appreciate Trustee Earhart for putting this bold motion forward.
And through the chair, if it is of assistance, I can include some additional information and background in the report that goes to board in April with respect to the fundraising disparities. I do think that's an important point to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart and Trustee Sriskandarajah. To kick off our speakers list on the motion, Trustee Dawson, followed by Trustee Laskin, Trustee McLean, Trustee King, and Trustee Arts. So Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'd like to thank the movers of this motion. I really, really appreciate it, seeing it on the floor today. I'm not a member of the committee, but I would pull this from a consent agenda to have it voted on at board. That's how strongly I feel about it. I was on the school council as the co-chair of my kids' school for 6 years as the co-chair and 9 years as a member. And when we first started at the school, we were a model school. So we raised about $5,000 to $10,000 annually. Our neighborhood has undergone some changes, and the school council now raises $20,000 in one day at their fun fair and raises in excess of $40,000 in total. and that's climbing every year. We additionally were able to raise $220,000 towards a new playground. These were things that we were not able to do when my family started at the school because we were, the neighborhood had not yet undergone the changes that it has undergone. So I do not feel that as a parent of the school council engaged in fundraising over the course of 7 years, that I worked any harder or less hard to get chocolate sold versus getting people to make $1,000 donation cash. You're not working any harder for one or the other. It is the advantages of the community that you have to draw from that allows you to raise more. So I fully support this motion. We're not, you know, if we have a sense, I think it was something like $35,000 or $40,000 was the average that schools are raising. I think if we had, you know, a reasonable plan in place for if you raise beyond that threshold, you have to donate $500 to a central pot. I really don't see people taking issue with that. Certainly my formerly model school would not take an issue with that. And I think for many communities, in fact, whose neighborhoods are undergoing gentrification, they're actually feeling bad about it. And they're looking for ways to contribute to the broader system with the understanding that they will be contributing to a larger cause and, you know, putting back into neighborhoods that were once like the neighborhoods that they currently have been a part of transforming. So I really do think it is key for us to have something like this in place. I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor. I also do want to amplify what Trustee Sriskandarajah had said about the coded language around working hard, caring about children. You know, I don't think that, like I said, anyone works any harder or less hard for the amount that they are able to raise reasonably within their community. In fact, I can tell you right now that running a $2 a piece chocolate fundraiser is way harder than asking someone for $1,000 cash. So I don't think that this is beyond the means of our community. I think that when we teach our kids financial literacy, the cardinal rules are spend, save, donate. So we are at this point walking the walk with our children, and I think we need to do this for them. So that's my 2 cents on this. Thank you for putting it forward.
And through the chair, I would just like to add with respect to the current wording. It says over a certain threshold of funds raised, and I do think that the language would be problematic in that if a playscape, for example, is going to cost $50,000 and the threshold is $40,000, and then we are taking a certain portion of that, and I'm just talking about the wording, I'm not talking about the concept, and again, trustees will determine that. I think we need to be careful that we have surplus funds raised, because if you are raising for $50,000 and some of that is clawed back, I could understand where that would be problematic and a concern. Whereas if your fundraising plan indicates that you plan to raise 50 and you raise 70, no, that's a different discussion altogether. So I just wanted to pick up on the nuance of that language as well. Thank you.
Sorry. Through the chair, just to add to that, if there's a special project, those monies are already held in a separate bank account, for instance, like a school grounds improvement. I know because we went through that. So certainly if there's a special project being fundraised toward, it would be just like the 2-year rollover, be exempted from that. So if an amendment needs to happen with this motion, I encourage the movers to do that, but I think it goes without saying at this point that the same exemptions would apply to this that currently apply to that 2-year rollover. And I think that I'll just leave it by saying we all know who responds to the surveys and we all know who has the time, access, and privilege to do so. I know because I'm one of those people. That's partly why I'm even able to do this job. So I think we need to think outside of what we know and who we hear from when it comes to equity. Thank you.
And through the chair, I just don't want to. I just want to be clear that my point was just specifically around what the current wording is in the current resolution. And if you're to read the current resolution, it says of over a certain threshold of funds raised. And so while I do understand the context in which that is, it does concern me that that wording as dictated to staff would be received in a way to say that once you hit a certain threshold, that it's now mandatory.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Up next, Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I completely disagree with this motion. Again, I go back to this has been talked about and talked about and talked about. Why did we bother consult on a policy? 2/3 of the responses didn't agree with this. If trustees want to make decisions on their own, don't bother consulting. I don't think it's bold at all. I think it's completely disrespectful to ignore the consultation and the results of that. That's my first point. My second point is we as a school board are extremely aware of the disparities across the system, which is why we differentiate budgets to schools, which is why we differentiate a number of different resources to schools. And if in fact you are now going to claw back fundraising dollars, then you will have to reconsider all those other policies where we try as a system to remove the disparities. Because we are absolutely aware of the disparities. It is nothing new. We recognize that the board accounts for the disparities in how they differentiate budgets through model school resourcing and a number of other ways. I just really don't believe that an individual parent and an individual school should be fundraising for the board. I think it's a board responsibility about the disparities. And I think that because we are so aware of the fundraising that happens in our communities, that is a public report year after year after year, and it's mirrored against the other amounts that schools get through non-board accounts. And you always see the impressiveness of the line meets up for the most part. Not all the way, but in the most part. The other thing that if you're talking about data, which we don't collect, is the number of schools that do already donate outside of themselves. And most of them do it very quietly because they know it's the right thing to do. They don't want the recognition for it. And some do it anonymously. I have schools in my ward who donate to another school and that school doesn't know which school is donating to them because they're very sensitive about feeling that they don't want to draw attention to what they're doing as if it's a good thing. They feel that it's a must thing for them and their school community. But I don't think it should be mandated by the board. I certainly don't think it should be mandated at this stage of the policy after we've gone through a couple of years of this. And again, I'm not a member of this committee, but I certainly will not support this when it comes to board. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Trustee McLean. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. This is intriguing to me. This is, I certainly acknowledge that there are throughout the board, throughout the the board, and certainly in my ward, I have schools that are in varying positions about the ability to fundraise. But I don't, well, I'll ask staff. We made the point of consulting and we took a survey. In terms of consultation results, like we had 323 respondents. Can you share, please? Can I ask staff to share? Is that a good sample size? Is that in terms of when we consult?
Compared to other through the chair, compared to other consultations that we have done, it's fairly large. If you look at it as a sample of all parents, all schools, all communities, obviously it's not a large representative number. It is a voluntary survey, and I think some other issues were raised around who may do that. We did also reach out to PIAC. We also did a pre-consultation, and so we've made, I would say, beyond the normal effort for a normal policy, understanding the importance of this. And there are inherent challenges with respect to getting a balanced and wide feedback with respect to that. But I do feel as though we've taken on additional initiative to try to have a more representative set of voices.
Thank you. And through the chair, did PIAC take a formal position, a collective position regarding the voluntary or mandatory, or did members just participate independently?
We did meet with the PIAC Policy Committee as well as a pre-consultation with PIAC. There wasn't a singular response that PIAC says X. However, the members on PIAC were largely in support of the voluntary contributions.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I had a ward forum for school councils, and we talked about a number of different things. And knowing that this conversation was due this year, I took advantage of the fact that they were there and asked them about this potential. This has been talked about a little bit before. So I kind of threw it out there to get the general reaction of just conceptually what they thought. And I got an acknowledgement of the discrepancies, but I certainly got feedback from schools that would, if there was a threshold, they would stop fundraising short of the threshold. If some of it was a mandatory taken from them, there was issues about whether they'd fundraise at all. Now it's hardly a scientific, because I didn't give it to them in advance and I didn't have them speak with their school communities. I was just looking for their gut reaction. So much so that following, I actually had one of the schools from, one of the co-chairs from a school that we would suggest was able to fundraise and does rather well, come back and actually question the legality of asking parents to make donations, like the crowdfunding that's been described, in, so to speak, and actually the legality of taking a portion of those funds. So I'd like to ask staff about, is this legal? Is this legal? If we were to make this mandatory taking of some of the, is it effectively legal?
Through the chair, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not about to sort of go down that path. The wording that I was relying on in part was around the ministry guidelines with respect to that it's fundraised for a particular purpose. And so I would have to think that we would need to be making the public aware of what that purpose was. And I would turn over to Associate Director Pon or others who may be on the call who may be able to speak to the legality, I wouldn't be so bold as to do so.
The chair. Thank you very much for the question. We don't normally provide the legal advice in public. However, I will refer this to our general counsel for further consideration.
Okay, that's great. If he could, since in the event that this went, it would ultimately go to board, and getting an update at the private session before board would be potentially helpful. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess given I too am not on the committee, so I don't get to vote tonight. I really like the idea that we would set up a voluntary structure inside the board to make school councils aware and create a vehicle and make a central fund. But I'm troubled with the mandatory part, and it does concern me that we asked people, they participated, and by 2-1, they suggested that they thought that voluntary was more appropriate than mandatory. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through your chair. I'm also supportive of seeing the options for mandatory in this case. I feel like if we're aware of the disparities across the system and we're trying our best to address those disparities at a system level with our system funds, it makes sense to me that we would be trying to align the same kind of work in terms of school-generated funds. And the way I look at it, I thought about, for instance, the way that we updated our school council and community engagement policies to be more in line with our overall expectations for addressing and being able to handle racism, discrimination, bias. So just drawing a parallel to, there are other areas where we have updated policies to reflect our larger and broader commitments and position. And I think this is very much in line with that. Like some of the other trustees, I also have schools that are able to raise, $40,000 in one event, where I have other schools that won't even come close to raising that in their entire year. So those disparities are very, very real. I do understand and I appreciate the points that Mr. Green has raised, and I absolutely understand that there could be and would be some groups that would act to circumvent some of these rules, but I also just don't believe that folks would outright stop fundraising or shortchange their own children in their own school to spite another one. I don't believe that that's the case. And I think my colleague, Trustee Sishkandaraja, I think she was so on point with many of the comments that she made earlier. And when I look at that survey and I look at those numbers, I really sense, a sense of NIMBYism in there that, this is great in principle, we love this idea, but maybe not for us. And I'm not saying that's the case with everybody, but I'm saying that there's a reality that there's an undertone of that. And I think this kind of approach gets to addressing that. So I am interested in seeing what kind of options could be possible. Thank you. And that was through the chair. Sorry.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the movers, the motion and the movers, and I appreciate the discussion here. I am not opposed to building in an equity to school fundraising or to our funding, but knowing our system knowing our system and how we're structured on that financial basis, knowing how we allow school councils to manage their own money. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we have not mandated, I'm not sure that we've mandated that everybody has to bank with PACE, but school councils have their own bank accounts. Last I checked, several of my school councils had bank accounts that are not PACE. Some of my schools still have home and school associations where they put the money. Our system is too messy to put in place, I think, right now, what is proposed here. So I have several schools who do this already and contribute significantly more money that is in here. So the ones that are raising money have over the years been able to designate an equity fund that they then share with another school. I will say it has been challenging for them to do that because, as Trustee Earhart indicated, sometimes it becomes an annual like fighter argument because you have new parents. People have to understand that their money, they're contributing money that's going to go somewhere else. And so there's some complications year to year, but also figuring out how to do this, even when they've got agreement, or we're going to decide this much money that's going to go to another school, then figuring out where is it going to go? Who is that receiving school? What could we contribute? Like, what kinds of things could we fundraise for that school? It's been really quite complicated and not that easy to put in place for them. So I think that I think this is great as a long-term goal, but I think we need to clean up our system. We're one of the only, from running training when I was on PIAC and as a, my role as school council chair and things I've done outside of the TDSB, I know we're one of the few boards that allows school fundraising to go into, or school councils to manage their own accounts. Most boards, if you raise money in the name of the school board or the school, the money goes to the school. And that legal piece about, and this is not different for any other organization, if you raise money in the name of the organization, it is no longer your personal money anymore. And so I don't think our system is organized enough at this point to do this in this way right now. I'm not sure about the set amounts. As I said, the school councils, several school councils that I have that already do this, contribute to make an equity fund and contribute to another school in need, donate quite a bit more than what's listed here. And so I do think we must build in expectations that school councils and schools are prioritizing equity. And I know that's supposed to be in the school improvement plan, and they should be considering the school improvement plan in their fundraising goals. But I'm not, I'm not going to state that actually happens at all schools. So yes, some schools are doing it, but that having equity at the forefront needs some work, I think, in our system. So I think we can definitely set a requirement for the school council and school fundraising, going broader than council, to have that access, that equity piece. Some of the feedback that came from SEAC during the consultation process spoke to this very eloquently. What are we doing to require schools and school councils to have equity at the forefront, to have accessibility at the forefront, disability at the forefront of their fundraising plans. So I think there's requirements we can put in place for councils, and we can also, I think, before mandating all these things, exact amounts of money and things like that, we actually also have to make it easier. We have to make it easy for councils to do this, to not, maybe they're going to, I think in talking with some other trustees, we talked about how do we get them to build it into their bylaws that equity is a primary consideration. There's lots of work, I think, that needs to happen first. So
Trustee Arts?
I'm supportive of, I'm supportive of a lofty goal, but I think there's challenges that I would like staff to speak to.
And through the chair, I do think that you're correct in terms of there's some work to do, and hopefully, the intention is through this policy to clean up some of that. There are schools that have multiple accounts, so there's not the same level of transparency and accountability you would like to have. Principals aren't aware of certain funds that are going on, and that was to my other concern around accountability through this process. I'm having a little trouble visualizing exactly how this would be implemented. Having said that, it's the will of the board. My only two concerns really were the parent voice when we asked during the survey, and the sort of central tenets around fundraising, that it's raised for a particular purpose, and that when you're making the donation, that you're aware of that purpose. So those were my only two concerns, and I didn't really deviate from that. And so at the end of the day, it's the will of the board.
Thank you. And Trustee Arts, if you have more to share, I can add you back to the list as well. Trustee Turner-Slynn, please go ahead.
Thank you. This has been a really interesting debate and interesting issues to wrestle with and for us to think about, and ones that haven't been absent in community. These are the things that have been talked about for many years in my community. My communities, I would say. I have schools that raise lots of money, and I have schools that raise really almost no money. So I know this is something that, it would be of interest to them. My concern with this motion, I don't think the $500 that we're talking about is a significant amount of money. I'm not sure that would cause people to not donate or anything like that. In fact, I remember a time when this issue came before I was a trustee. I was a parent council chair at one point, and we brought a motion to our school council to share 5% of all monies raised. And council actually decided to raise it to 7%. So I think there's a lot of volunteerism brings out a lot of good qualities in people and lots of feelings of generosity. But I kind of think part of that stems from people feeling like they have control over how they're voting those funds and where they're putting it to. And so I really like part 2 of this motion. And I'm reluctant about part 1, to be completely honest. And I'm reluctant not only because I think it kind of removes that volunteerism part of it, but also because this is not what we have put before the public, and it wasn't what was put before the public today that we were voting on. So even people who would have been looking at this agenda, who were concerned, I've had lots of people who've been following this issue, and they saw what was being recommended, and they didn't delegate because, and didn't weigh in differently because they saw what the data from the consultation showed and what staff was recommending based on that. So I feel like this would be like a 180, and I don't think it would be fair to, I don't really feel comfortable voting to change that when that's not what we were looking at, and not what we're allowing them to now give us feedback on. Because once it goes to board, there aren't even delegations. So I'm really not keen on part A for a variety of reasons. I feel like we would have to go back and somehow consult on that, or find a way to get input on that. And the language is in that part A is vague. In terms of, it doesn't say anything about $500. People could interpret that as something quite different. So I would like to ask that we vote on this as seriatim, I really love the potential for what we could do with providing options and suggestions to parent councils in terms of options to include in their bylaws, in terms of showing them, having a kind of a showcase of in our annual report on the variety of things that schools are doing, school communities are doing. And I'm also conscious of the fact that if we were to really implement this in a different way, we would have to really rethink what we do with LOI, because in all honesty, I justify LOI to many of my communities because of the equity challenges. And a lot of the things, like when we see many of our reports about opportunities that happen in terms of math or STEM or literacy, those are made available to communities based on LOI. And so, you know, I think fundraising dollars go towards sometimes balancing some of the other pieces that schools that don't have significant need, they then have they're able to provide some other things. And, you know, they're able to pay for a playground that saves money for the board that we implement in other places. So when we see that line in that report, it evens out, and we would have to really rethink that if we were to put forward Part A in a major way. So I see I'm out of time, but I would like to vote on this ad seriatim.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Pei, followed by Trustee Laskin, and then Trustee Earhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with Trustee Laskin's comments. I completely disagree with this motion. We already heard the staff of providing our monthly reports. That making the recommendation is just stay with the policy we have. Also, the staff mentioned that extensive parents consultation being performed. So 2/3 of the parents community really go against this idea. And also, I have a new school council conference held this past year. All those school council members came to me is asked me never implement some policy like this because they don't think it's a good idea. I think it's time for us to try to center our interest on the parents and try to make sure we hear their voice and we vote based on what voice we heard. And that's our duty. I would encourage our colleagues on this committee to vote against this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the vote on this motion go ahead tonight, I really think somebody should recommend, or I will recommend at board, that the whole thing must be postponed for a month so we can actually hear from the public on this 11th hour motion. I think it's completely inappropriate to make a motion that goes directly against something that's what's advertised in the policy without any notice at all, because this would go right to board, and as Trustee Cherneslin said, no opportunity to hear between then. So I think the whole thing would need to be postponed to the next meeting of this committee so that the public is aware of this motion before trustees vote on it. Thank you.
Okay, and before we move on to Trustee Earhart, Associate Director Pond has some comments to make.
Thank you very much. And further to some of the comments, I am also concerned about the vagueness of Section A. Concerned that it requires a little more clarity so that trustees here and trustees at the board, members of the public, and staff can know exactly what it is that you are voting for and what staff have to implement if the matter is passed. So my request to the mover is for a little bit of clarification in the wording of A. It's my recommendation, sorry. And the trustees can then consider it. Again, if this does go back to the public for further consultation, as was suggested by Trustee Laskin, I think it would be very important that the intention of Section A be made clear. Thank you. Sorry, I just want to supplement that, just so that I can understand as well, whether A means that options for implementing mandatory contributions, is that the meaning of A?
Trustee Earhart, are you there?
Yes, sorry, through the chair, I'm happy to try to respond to, so for me, the intention of A was that, and this can be how it is drafted, it's clearly not being interpreted this way, that options would come back to committee that would have the policy include something on mandatory contributions. I'm not proposing to mandate what that be. I'm inviting that to come back based on best advice. I would assume it would include reasonable exceptions. And it's in part because we don't have the information before us on that. So it to me, it would be that would be taken back, that an option would be developed that would minimize risk to the board, that would include reasonable exceptions, etc., and that would come back to committee for discussion. I not that it would go to full board with fixed additional language. I didn't propose to amend section 2.23 of the, for example. It was for an option to come back. I hope is that helpful to clarify? Perhaps that's not what it means, what was written, but that had been the intention.
Thank you, and through the chair, I really appreciate the clarification. That is exactly very helpful, because I do think the course of the discussion was quite different compared to what we now know as your intent. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if that's the intent, then if you support the amendment, then you're not approving the policy tonight because it needs to come back? Can I just ask if that's the intent of the motion? Is that if the motion is approved, then the vote on the policy is deferred until these options come back? Can I ask for clarity?
Trustee Earhart?
Yes, thank you. That had been my understanding, but I apologize if that's not what this would convey. I would turn to staff for assistance if there would be a better way to draft it to meet that intention. And I don't know if the seconder, if Trustee Srishkandarajah has perspectives on that to offer.
To me, I thought it was pretty obvious. It says the options for mandatory contributions to system priorities be added. So I understood it as we are going to add it, but how that's going to look like is something the staff will come up with.
Saying different things.
So I think the confusion is, are we asking that A be implementation options for mandatory contributions, pause? Or are we asking that we figure out these options and then have it come back to this committee? I think initially the conversation was about not it coming back to this committee, but now we're hearing that potentially we would want it to come back to the committee. So if the mover and seconder can provide clarification on that, that'd be helpful.
Madam Chair, point of order. As we're considering this motion, how can a policy bypass phase 5 of its policy review process and go straight to board if it is being changed? According to our policy development process, shouldn't any final draft of a policy come back to GPC to be reviewed before it is recommended to board?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if Mr. Plotnikov is online. It is not unusual to make some amendments to a draft policy at a committee before it goes to board for final consideration, I should say. This is a pretty significant change to this draft policy, and depending on the actual intention, it could be completely opposite to what is in the draft. So I think respectfully, I would kindly request that the mover and the seconder please clarify the intent. I think that might be able to assist trustees in addressing the next steps. Thanks.
So through the chair, it's Trustee Earhart. That had been my understanding of our process as well, that we're currently in phase 5 and that this represents a change that would come back. My apologies if that is, it's clear to me that that's not what had been interpreted just based on the comments that this was 11th hour and that there would be no consultation. That had not been my understanding. And I hope that's a helpful clarification. I don't know, Trustee Sriskandarajah, if you have any perspectives to offer.
I'm just a little bit confused now. I feel so is through you, Madam Chair, is the is Associate Director Leopold asking that we're just changing some words? Is that where the confusion is rising? Like if we change it to if we add implementation options for mandatory contributions, does that change things? Does that make it more clear?
So sorry. Thank you. Through the chair, I thought it'd be helpful for everyone to ensure that we have the intent accurately captured in the language. So there seems to be two questions here. One is whether to have mandatory contributions or not. The other question is to come back to this committee with revisions, including options for mandatory contributions to the policy or not. Those questions I can't answer because I'm not sure what the intent is. So again, I think it would be helpful, if possible, if there's a lack of clarity, that perhaps some additional work can be done, have this matter deferred until the next GPC meeting. That might be a better way of dealing with it. I just think the confusion is so significant that I can't recommend that and move forward to the board.
Madam Chair, just in addition to my previous point of order, I just want to clarify that if everyone refer to page 13 of the, what is this document called? Policy Development Management Procedure PR 501. So if you refer to page 13 of that, there's a big flow chart. It says specifically in phase 5, there's a question that says, is policy further revised as a result of consultations? And there's a yes and a no. It says if no, then it can go to board. But there's an arrow that says if yes, so if it is revised as a result of consultations, that arrow draws all the way back to phase 3. So it means if the motion passes tonight to add a different policy to what's being recommended by staff, we need to reverse this back to phase 3, which is internal reviews and sign off, and redo phase 4 for consultations. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Earhart, where you've reached the end of the speakers list, so I'll turn it to you and Trustee Sriskandarajah to let us know the direction you want to take on this motion.
Yeah, so I need to be honest, I'm frankly unclear if it needs to go all the way back because we discussed at the last opportunity that we had to discuss this. I recall that we spoke a great deal about mandatory contributions. I remember, and I remember I personally encouraged us to be very ambitious in that area. So I feel like that it wouldn't need to go all the way back. I'm comfortable personally with deferring if we want time to address these matters. I'm also okay, like it would make sense to me that it would come back to this committee. Those would all make sense. I'm also comfortable if it was flushed through implementation. My initial understanding was that it would come back to this committee where options for mandatory contributions were included and explored with a little bit more information on that. And so I hope that's helpful for clarifying intent. And thank you. I'd invite the seconder if they have any views to offer as well. Thank you.
I also agree with the fact that I don't think it has to go all the way back. It's before us for our final input. Ultimately, we wear this. It's our policy. And I will follow the lead of the mover and continue how she would like to proceed.
So on that basis, would we want to reword the first be it resolved that options for mandatory contributions to the systems priorities fund be added and come back to governance and policy committee? Is that
Trustee Earhart, so we're thinking of maybe deferring this motion to the next GPC. How does that sound to you and Trustee Sriskandarajah?
I'm okay with that.
And the intent is that the staff will flesh out what we asked and bring us the information.
Okay, so staff are suggesting that the motion and the report come back to next GPC.
The chair, this is the director. Could I ask what direction staff would be following to bring back something to the next GPC, please? And perhaps we want to just call a recess and confer, because I think staff do need some direction in order to bring back something different.
Thank you, Director. We'll call a brief recess. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We just needed to get some clarity on the intention of the motion that's before us. And now we're proceeding with what's on the screen. And if there are any speakers that wish to speak on this motion, I'll begin with Trustee Earhart as the mover. Do you have any further comments you wish to make?
No, I don't. I think this is much clearer, and I'm grateful to everyone for their time on this. I hope that the procedural clarifications lend a bit of clarity on what's taking place now, that this would be referred to staff. It would go back, the entire fundraising policy report, that options for mandatory contributions to the System Priorities Fund would come back to the committee as part of the fundraising policy for consideration. Then it also, the second piece of this, which we haven't discussed as much, is also, I'm hoping will be a helpful contribution, that will get some additional information on how contributions, because irrespective, a mandatory contribution could be very, very small and only impact a very small number of schools. That voluntary contributions, I would imagine, would always make up a very large part, because that's what we do. So I would think that that second piece, how contributions to the System Priorities Fund are being simplified and promoted, continues to be very important, irrespective of Part A as well. And thank you again, everyone, for your consideration and time.
Okay, I'm looking around, seeing no further comments or questions on this item. We'll open the vote, and I believe there's been a request to vote ad seriatim on this. So we'll vote on Part A first.
Trustee Pay against?
Chernus Lynn against.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Madam Chair, what is on the floor is referral of the entire thing.
The referral motion?
Yes, you were voting. You said you were voting in it ad seriatim.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, my mistake. So it's being voted on entirely then.
Can't do it.
So
the vote is open.
So we can't vote on.
You're just voting on referral or not referral. We're not voting on A and B.
So, Madam Chair, do I need to vote again, or is like my vote already counted?
Let me just check.
As there was clarification needed, could we redo the vote, please?
Sure, we're going to redo the vote, Trustee Pay. So
yeah, okay.
And just to clarify, we're voting either referral or not referral, and we're voting on it as one item.
Trustee B against?
So if you want to refer it back to staff, vote yes.
You sure?
Sister Scandarocha in favor.
So sorry, I'm confused.
No, you're not.
Excuse me?
Trustees, the vote is happening. Please don't interrupt another. Did you have a question?
Chair, I just wonder if you can repeat what you just said, because now I'm
So
feeling
the motion
confused.
on the floor is to refer it back. So if you are in favor of referral, vote yes.
Vote yes or vote against? I can't.
Vote yes.
Vote. Okay, sorry. I thought you said against, and I was like, I'm so confused.
Vote yes.
So the line at the very top.
You're assuming that my 51-year-old eyes can read that very clearly.
So if you want to refer it back to staff, vote yes. If you don't want to refer it to staff, vote no.
Okay, so because I thought I could vote ad seriatim, I have to vote no against this, and even though I'm in favor of Part B, so I can't help it.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Hastings, yes.
Trustee Pay voted, did he vote against?
Sorry. So we're voting part A, right?
So Trustee Pei, we're voting as one item. Because it's on referral, we cannot vote as seriatim. So if you are in favor of referral, vote yes. If you are against referral, vote no.
So, wait a second. So are we voting
So
the whole
if
policy
I
or just this
do
one?
not agree referral, then vote no, right?
If you are in support of referral,
Sorry,
vote
you know
yes.
what, Madam Chair, can you repeat it again? Because I think, some trustees are confused. It's like, I voted 3 times already, and maybe, can we redo the vote? Because I'm not sure what I'm voting on now. So I voted for A twice, and then you asked me to vote it all together. Can we redo the vote?
So we're just waiting on your vote right now. And what we're voting on, Trustee Pei, is for this to be referred back to staff. So if you are in support of referral, you would vote yes. If you are against referral, you would vote no. We cannot vote on A and B separately because the motion is on referral. So motions on referral, we vote on together.
Okay, I would vote for no. Thank you.
Okay. And then we discuss. Okay, and that carries. So since we voted on referral, then we also don't need to vote on the main item, and we move on to the next item. Trustee Hastings,
Actually, you know what is, Madam Chair, may move this motion with a minority report. I wanted the full board to vote for this.
okay, so you're making a motion for a minority
On referring.
That's right. That's correct. Yes.
on referral?
Back to staff?
Not to refer stuff.
Just give us a moment. We're just gonna, he's asking for a minority.
Madam Chair?
Sorry, can you do a minority report if it's not going to board? It's not going to board. It's going back to staff.
No, it's going to board. And yes, Trustee Pay can move a minority report. And I just need clarity on what your minority report is. You are not in agreement with the committee's recommendation, and what are you recommending instead?
Trustee Pei?
Yeah, I'm stick with my minority report.
Are you recommending instead that the motion be defeated? What are you recommending instead of?
I'm recommending the motion to be defeated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you, Associate Director Zucker and Senior Manager Green. Up next, we have Workplace Violence Prevention Phase 1 Annual Review. And I think Associate Director Zucker, this is going over to you.
Well, actually, Denise, Amendment part was really about moving the staff report.
Trustee Pei, we're on the next agenda item.
Okay. All right then. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, I will ask Executive Officer Pachetti to speak to this report.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the Workplace Violence Prevention Policy P072 is being reviewed annually in accordance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. The current policy was last revised on March 8th, 2023, and is provided for reference in Appendix A. Under the TDSB's Policy Development and Management Procedure, policies mandated by legislation to be reviewed on an annual basis are still required to undergo the full policy review process, which includes public consultations every 4, well, in this case, 5 years under the new process. Before you today, for your approval, is the policy review work plan to proceed with the review of the workplace violence prevention policy, P072. The policy review work plan can be found in Appendix B. Staff has also reviewed the Ontario Health and Safety Act, and there are no substantive changes being proposed to this policy. Following GPC and board approval of the work plan, staff will review the policy to ensure alignment with OHSA, make some minor changes to the policy, adding reference to related TDSB policies, including human rights, workplace harassment prevention for non-human rights code harassments, P034, and updating the Ministry of Labor title to Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Training, and Skills Development throughout the policy. Public consultations will take place for 45 days, and it is anticipated that the revised policy will be presented to GPC in September 2024, and subsequently the Board of Trustees in October 2024. And staff are happy to take any questions you may have on this item.
Thank you, Executive Officer Pachetti. I'm just going to see if there are any comments or questions on this item. Seeing none. Oh, Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
I have a question.
Please go ahead, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a question of clarification on how this policy ties to the barbecue procedure. I don't think it was a part of fundraising, and so I'm just wondering, does occupational health and safety tie to the barbecue procedure? And why then would barbecue not be part of a policy?
Thank you. And through the chair, you'll note in the work plan, one of the steps in the work plan is to reference to any relevant policies or procedures. That is part of the sort of due diligence in going through this kind of review and looking at the work plan. And included in that, among those procedures would be the barbecue in the event that there would be employees using the barbecue. Actually, I think this is a sign of how tired I am. I think I'm confusing this with the next policy. The next policy is the one that actually references barbecues, not this one.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
so
in
I'll
the
ask
work
my
plan.
question then.
In the work plan, yeah. So I apologize for that I was just flipping through here thinking, oh, no, it's not this one, it's the next one.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I'll hold off till then. Thank you.
Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead.
Sorry for the noise if you hear any. I just want to make a quick statement. Thank you for this policy, but I just want to, as always, take the opportunity to say this policy does not mean very much. Well, I shouldn't say it that way, but it could mean more if we were actually adequately funded by the province. We have a huge issue of workplace violence. A lot of our teachers are facing this issue, and part of it is because we're not adequately funded and to staff our classrooms properly. And so it's great we have a policy, but if we want to live up to the spirit of this policy, we need more funding. So yes, we're doing this because we're expected to do an annual review, but if the province is really committed to workplace violence prevention, then, you know, we need the funds to support that. So that's just what I want to say on the statement.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Seeing no further comments or questions on this item, we'll open the vote.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
We got a mover and seconder.
We do need a mover and seconder.
Suskanaraja.
Trustee
can move.
Suskandarajah and seconded by
Trustee Earhart.
Trustee Earhart. Okay, and we'll open the vote on this item. By hand,
And-
please. In favor?
And now Trustee Earhart in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor. Trustee Rajagopal Singham in favor.
Turnus Lynn in favor.
Trustees Wong and Chernos Lynn in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Hastings in favor.
Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Hastings in favor. Okay, and that has carried. Now we'll move on to the next item, the final staff report, Occupational Health and Safety Policy, Phase 1, and back to Executive Officer Pachetti.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, similar to the previous item on the report, the Occupational Health and Safety Policy, PO48, is reviewed annually in accordance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. The current policy was last revised on March 8th, 2023, and is provided for reference in Appendix A. Under the TDSB's Policy Development and Management Procedure, policies mandated by legislation to be reviewed on an annual basis are still required to undergo a full policy review process, which includes public consultations every 5 years under the new process. Before you today, for your approval, is the Policy Review Work Plan to proceed with the review of the Occupational Health and Safety Policy, PO48. The Policy Review Work Plan can be found in Appendix B. Staff have reviewed the Occupational Health and Safety Act. There are no substantive changes proposed to the policy. And following GPC and board's approval of the work plan, staff will review the policy to ensure alignment with OHSA, make some minor changes to the policy, including adding references to other TDSB policies, including Human Rights Policy P031, Workplace Harassment Prevention for Non-Human Rights Code Harassment P034, and updating the Ministry of Labor title to Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Training, and Skills Development throughout the policy. Public consultation will take place for a period of 45 days. It is anticipated the revised policy will be presented to GPC in September 2024 and Board of Trustees in October 2024 for final approval. And happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Trustee Earhart, we'll start off with you, followed by Trustee Dawson.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to ask if, just because I've noted in other jurisdictions, states and provinces that I've sometimes seen things under the Occupational Health and Safety Act related to guidance for clean air and ventilation. And all related to reducing respiratory illnesses. I'm wondering if the province, under its by authority of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, has offered any guidance to schools or has cited the Occupational Health and Safety Act in any of its guidance around reducing respiratory illnesses, clean air, ventilation. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I think that's a very good question, especially in light of what we have experienced in the last few years. We would like to take that away and do some research. We don't believe there is any reference, but we want to do our due diligence and provide that answer at another time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Okay, now I'll ask what I had planned to ask before. So I know we're going to be discussing the barbecue procedure later, but I understand it ties to this policy. And there's some pretty major changes to the procedure that will have an incredible impact on school councils and on community groups, basically preventing them from having barbecues. So I'm just wondering why is that procedure linked to this policy, and where in this policy is it linked so that we could look at potential amendments at board? I'm wondering what the tie-in is and where.
So I can begin with the response in that this is an occupational health and safety policy, and we are required to have one as employers, and we have employees who may operate barbecues on school board property for events such as you mentioned. You'll notice in the work plan that we also have reference to safe use of power tools, temperature guidelines. These are all PRs that have some connection to the environment or the conditions of work that would impact our employees. And that's why we do our due diligence to review them and in connection to this policy.
Okay, but through the chair, I don't, or at least in my ward, have not seen employees operating barbecues when community groups are permitting schools on a weekend and using the barbecue. I'm not seeing them doing it at fun fairs at all. So this barbecue procedure is tied to occupational health and safety for employees, but it has the most impact to parents and communities. So I'm just wondering, how do we have, is there a possibility of having two separate sets of rules for employee use versus community use? Or is there a way of writing in, a separate barbecue procedure to the fundraising policy? Like I just, these changes to the barbecue procedure that impact employees, it doesn't impact them to the extent that it impacts community. So I'm just trying to find a way to work with that change so it doesn't have as much of an impact on the community. Through the chair.
Through the chair, the intent this evening is to have the board approve the work plan. And as the policy goes through its consultation, that may be something that is considered, but respectfully, I think most of your comments are more directed to what's coming forward with the barbecue procedure. And to your point, may in fact, if want to be linked back to fundraising, if that is something that is of interest to the trustees. I don't think it has as much relevance here, other than we have to do our due diligence as employers to look at all aspects that could influence work and workers. And, we have caretakers who may be asked to start the barbecue or test the barbecue. We have principals who may be asked to, as a fundraiser, operate the barbecue. I know I can speak personally that in my previous boards, at the annual facilities picnic, they put a hat on me and an apron on me and put me in front of a barbecue for what seemed like hours, because people really enjoyed having the superintendent of facilities flipping barbecues or flipping burgers. So, that is part of the reason why that is here, is to ensure that we've done our due diligence.
Okay. Is it common or possible for a procedure to be linked to two separate policies and for there to be, different clauses within the procedure that apply to one policy over another? What I'm getting at is it possible to have a barbecue procedure tied to fundraising and a separate barbecue procedure tied to occupational health and safety, where there may be a crossover with some of the clauses, but also some differences? Is that something that we can do?
Thank you through the chair. I'm wondering if Associate Director Pond would comment on that.
Through the chair, I believe that is something that can be done. There would certainly have to be some indication either on the policy or some document that the two different policies are involved. But that is something that can be done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And so now I'm looking for the best way to go about this. How do I tie how do we tie a barbecue procedure to fundraising separately? Is that done through an amendment of the fundraising policy? And I'm kind of unclear on what just happened. Did the fundraising policy actually pass? What is the mechanism through which this could be done now? Through the chair.
Through the chair, perhaps I can assist. So the fundraising policy, sorry, it's almost 11 o'clock, so I'm barely staying awake. Fundraising policy was referred back to staff.
Okay. Okay, so for what it's worth, I highly encourage staff to, now that there's an opportunity to revisit the fundraising policy, to incorporate something about barbecues that does not exclude parents from being able to operate them and that does not exclude schools from being able to own them. And I think that's something that maybe needs to be worked on in partnership with occupational health and safety potentially, but that is something that I would like to bring forward. I feel strongly that our community should be able to still have barbecues and operate themselves, and that it is not appropriate for a barbecue rental cost fee to have to be paid, some of which could be in excess of $400. So that's my feedback. Really, this is all about barbecues for me at this point. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I can just clarify procedures, including barbecue procedure, which is not the topic right now. We're talking about a work plan to review the occupational health and safety policy. Procedures are for information, but certainly the feedback that was provided, that you just provided, can be taken into consideration by staff in any future updates on the actual draft procedure.
Sorry, if I may, I'm talking about a policy change to fundraising that would allow for a barbecue procedure tied to fundraising. So that was my understanding from what you just said, is that we would need to look at a separate thing.
And through the chair, the fundraising policy matter has been referred back to staff. And so your comments that you just made right now is something that staff can consider when they do come back with more information on the fundraising policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I guess now I'm getting confused about if we send it back through the chair, if we send it back and make it part of the fundraising, which was just referred back to staff, does it then, like we were talking about fundraising and this whole new, does that then not make it have to do the loop back to phase 3? Like at what stage does referral open up the whole? Like we were discussing at least the other matter, the concept of this is a whole new thought that wasn't consulted upon, or like, are we really doing that as well?
Through the chair, if you don't mind, if I can answer. The agenda item before us is the work plan for the review of the occupational health and safety. It's not barbecue, nor is it the fundraising policy. As relates to fundraising policy, that has been referred back to staff. It will come back to the next GPC with the requested information, or the information that was requested, so that trustees at GPC can further consider the report that will be provided with that additional information. At that time, if there's information regarding via the fundraising policy and feedback from trustees about the need to address barbecues in a procedure under fundraising, then that's something that can be requested of. But again, procedures are dealt with by staff, and it is not within the jurisdiction of the trustees to determine the content of the procedure. However, we do consider a lot of feedback in doing so. Not sure if that answers your question. I just wanted to make sure that we're actually on topic for this matter.
Okay, well, I don't have any issue, well, I don't have any issue being tried to focus on the topic at hand, but you just made assurances to her about what was going to come back, and that seemed to be allowed. So, however, I'll let this play out. And
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Before we move forward, can I get a motion to extend another half an hour? Not all at once, please.
Trustee Earhart.
Trustee Earhart, and seconded by.
I'm actually wondering if we could consider tabling, like, is there anything that's urgent in the next ones, just seeing as it's 11:30 and we had a meeting that went really late last night, and we've got PPC tomorrow. If there's is there anything time sensitive on the agenda? Because I just wonder if we might consider laying this on the table and deferring the other items to next GPC, given the time.
Through the chair, because this is a statutory requirement to review the annual policy, if Vitaly Plotnikov is still with us, could you please advise if it would be problematic if we were to lay it on the table and deal with it at the next GPC meeting?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I would say that the Occupational Health and Safety P048, because of the legislative requirements, we need to do annual reviews. So if we defer this, let's say, to the next GPC, the timeline will be extremely tight to make the deadlines. So if possible, I would recommend at least vote on this one, and the procedures, at least in my, as I understand, there is no real urgency on the information items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to add, again, this really is just about the work plan, not the contents of the policy right now. So it's really a procedural matter. It allows us, as staff, to move forward with the policy process. There really is not much of significance, to be honest, in this work plan. I think we might be able to resolve this fairly quickly.
So Trustee Earhart, and seconded by Trustee.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. We're very close. This is the last staff report, and then we have 2 information items, and then it's adjournment. So now the floor goes to Trustee Sriskandarajah. Please go ahead.
No, my questions were for the barbecue, so I'll save it for that.
Seeing no further comments or questions on this item, we'll need a mover and seconder. Okay, and seconded by?
Turnus Lynn.
Thank you. And all those in favor, this is going to be a vote by hand.
In favor.
Okay.
And Hastings in favor.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, and that has carried. Now up next, we have 2 items that are here for information only. So we'll begin with the revised barbecue safety procedure. Do trustees have any questions or comments on this item? Trustee Sriskandarajah.
I've got one question.
We have a speaker list that's open. Trustee Hastings, do you have a point of order?
No point of order. I'll wait for my turn.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the delegate brought up some really interesting points, and so I think if we could have those addressed, I would really appreciate it. So through you, Madam Chair. So moving this, this procedure is, tremendous change. So moving it from our current setup to one where you have to rent it from an approved service provider. I would like to know how much on average that rental is going to cost, and how easy will this process be?
Dennis here, Trustee Hastings here. I can answer that question because I've had to do it.
Trustee Hastings, Trustee Susquehanna has the floor right now. If you have a comment, we can add to the speakers list, but other than that, staff.
I have an answer for her question.
I'm sorry, but the question is for staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, barbecue rentals are dependent on the size of the barbecue and can range in cost from $150 to $400 for what would be the average amount of time needed. That includes typically delivery of the barbecue as well as the propane tanks, the filled propane tanks, and then of course removal of all of that. What we do provide also in this procedure are links to catering companies that will provide the barbecues as part of their service. And we do know that there are many different companies that provide a range of different foods to match the diversity that we have here in Toronto, who provide barbecue services as well as catering services for school events. And we've tried to provide links to that in this PR, but of course our purchasing department has many different ones available.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, can I just have a price? Is it going to cost $400? Is it going to cost $20?
Through the chair, it would range between $150 and $400, depending on how big a barbecue.
Okay. So through you, Madam Chair, I do worry that this will discourage a lot of schools from having a barbecue. This is a lot, especially just talking about the fundraising policy. For a lot of schools, they might have a barbecue to raise money, and the money that they raise is probably $150 or $200, which will now be spent on the machine. So it's just, you can imagine why this just sounds a bit outrageous. I do understand we need to figure out safeguards in place, but we need to also do it in a way that we don't discourage schools, because for some schools, the barbecue is the biggest event of the year and often the only event of the year. So for a lot of students, the school barbecue is the only barbecue they get to have. And so it's something they really look forward to. So I feel putting up barriers, I understand we're in a climate of risk and liabilities. But I think throwing the baby out with the bathwater might not be the best approach. And I hope we can see some changes to this. The other question I wanted to ask is through you, Madam Chair, who is doing the inspecting? I know that was also raised, that we're going to have these machines inspected, but who is doing the inspections?
Thank you. And through the chair, we've also provided a list of companies that will do barbecue inspections. And, you know, it's a pretty thorough inspection. It includes looking at all the tubes and the connections and ensuring that, you know, all the components of the barbecue are safe. So we do have inspection companies listed.
Thank you. Do you, Madam Chair, how much does it cost to get your barbecue inspected?
Again, the barbecue inspections range in cost for as little as $50 to more, depending on, again, the size of the barbecue.
And is it annually they're expected to
Yes.
get it inspected?
Yes, through the chair, yes.
Again, the cost. Okay, so the other question that was brought up was the fundraising policy. Can someone explain to me, through you, Madam Chair, how this is related to the fundraising policy? I don't see it, other than, yes, we use barbecues to fundraise, but I see this as we're approaching this through the workplace policy. That's the only policy I see mentioned in the written document sent to us. I don't unless I missed it, I didn't see any mention of fundraising. But right now I'm hearing about it on the floor. So could I get that connection a little bit more clear to make that connection for me a little bit more clear? Sorry.
Thank you, through the chair. And to the trustee, I'm not actually sure there is a connection. I mean, this is a PR about the safe operation of barbecues. It's not linked to any policy. Now, we recognize that for fundraising, there are that is one of the activities, as you've mentioned, that schools undertake, but schools undertake a variety of fundraising. This PR is here really because we needed to provide a more detailed procedure for the safe operation of barbecues and the safe handling of food. And that's covered in this PR.
Okay. The next question I have, through you, Madam Chair, is what's the communication piece? How are we getting this information out to our staff, and then how are we encouraging them to get the certificate? Right, there's a lot of things they have to now do that perhaps they weren't doing. Right, I know a lot of schools, they might have the parent council, and the same person does the barbecue for the 8 years or 10 years their child is at the school. Now if that's, now if we're moving towards a model where it's more on staff, it sounds like they should be overseeing this, or somebody with this license or accreditation to use the barbecue. How are we getting this message out, and how are we making sure that we don't just see barbecues not being used?
Thank you, and through the chair. So I do want to emphasize our intent is not to cancel fun. And we recognize, how these events are so important to communities. But we are also, as a board, responsible overall from a liability point of view for what happens on board property. So first off, we're not saying that only staff can barbecue. All we're saying is that people who are going to barbecue, and we have a definition of who are the people that can barbecue, that they do the safe food handling course. And that can be done online, and it can be done at any time. We do provide links to courses. It is a fee, but you can negotiate a discounted fee. So for example, if a school wanted to make sure that 8 people in this parent council did the food safety certificate online, they can negotiate a discount. I believe it's $25 per person, but you can negotiate a discount if you're bringing forward more people. So we're not saying that it's only certain people, but we are saying the people who are in charge of the barbecue, who are going to be handling food, should have this course.
Okay, thank you. I do worry about the barriers we're putting up. I do worry about, the extra, for a lot of schools, just going through these extra hoops is just going to be discouraging, and they're not going to want to do it. I do worry, recently there was conversations on the city side about tobogganing and being the fun police. But at least that was something they got to vote on. Here we're, really putting restrictions on barbecue, but it's coming through a procedure where trustees are not having a lot of, I feel, space for input to what I see as a major change in how we do things. So I do have some concerns about that, and I'm not sure how we can address that. But at this moment, because it is late in the night, but I really want staff, I hope you're hearing what we're trying to convey. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Hastings, followed by Trustee Dawson, and then Trustee McLean. Trustee Hastings, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
I come from a construction family. I come from a family that runs a lot of things. And why is this so complicated? To run a barbecue and get somebody out there to, as you say, to test your barbecue, to have people wear gloves and use tongs. Why is it so complicated? Have I been cut off?
Through the chair, Trustee Hastings, I think what we're trying to do is just bring some safety protocols to handling of food and handling of a device that has the potential of you being used improperly or operating improperly, which is a risk. So, barbecues are not used every single day at schools. They're used maybe once a year. And the concern is what happens to the barbecue and who's maintaining it, who's inspecting it, who's making sure that it's in good working order, what's happening with the propane tanks. That's another concern. And then you have food handling. So, you're in some barbecues, it's community schools. We know that you're serving hundreds of people. You want those people who are organizing that barbecue to have some understanding and knowledge of things like proper refrigeration, non-contamination, safe handling of food. So, as an organization, we have to take all of these considerations because we're not an individual or a small company. We are 583 schools system-wide, and you need to put some of these procedures in place.
Did I tell you what I do when I'm doing a barbecue and I run any of them? You still there?
Trustee Hastings, can you repeat that? You're cutting out.
Sorry, I'm just moving about. When I run my barbecues, I usually give my barbecues. I order or have people come down that own the barbecue, that's licensed the barbecue, that's licensing, they come down. And when I do it, I still give it to the school. And in the case of what you're trying to do, you would do exactly as you say, go down and have the barbecue checked out, have the meats being able to be refrigerated. But when I serve my barbecue, I bring frozen barbecue. I buy them, I bring them. And it's not a brag, it's just what I've done over the years. So it works. You still there? Hello?
Yep, we're here. We're here, Trustee Hastings. Did you have a question
Okay.
on that? Or were you just making a
That's,
comment?
that's my comment. They're making it extremely difficult to do. We're making this an extremely difficult item to do. What we want to do, if you wanted to do something, is to have the caretakers check it out, because they are licensed to do that as well.
Thank you.
We have people that are in stationary engineers, and they can check that out for you, and we'll pay for the time. Does that sound reasonable?
Through the chair, I think Trustee Hastings, you're asking if it was difficult to hear you, but I think what you were asking is whether we have existing staff. Are there our maintenance or caretaking staff who can inspect barbecues?
Yes.
Right.
We have stationary engineers at most schools. And yes, they can. They check out boilers every day. So this would be a no-brainer for them.
So through the chair, Trustee Hastings, I think what we need to take into consideration is, again, as a huge organization, what is the best way to have these kinds of inspections undertaken? And the people who run our buildings, operate our mechanical systems. That's what they're doing during the day. They're operating our mechanical systems. So to take them away from that core task to inspect barbecues is perhaps not the best use of their time for us as a board either.
Okay, I'll let you get away with that. Seems that it would take 10 minutes for them. Did I lose you? Hello?
Yeah, hello. Yep, go ahead, Trustee Hastings. We can hear you.
I guess I lost you. I didn't lose you.
Do you have any further comments to make?
No, I don't. I just thought I'd save you some money, but we're not interested in that. I thank you for allowing me to speak. Madam Chair, that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm really struggling with this. And I think, in equity, we talk a lot about intent versus impact. And I can see that the intent here is for there to be safe procedures for staff operating barbecues and safe mechanisms for storage and inspection of barbecues in schools. But the impact is an inability for many of our schools, a number of schools that far outweighs the employee use of barbecues. They will no longer be able to have their barbecues. Same with community organizations. For $500, $400, like that's what a school gets, I think, annually for parent engagement. And that doesn't even, then you've got to buy the food on top of it. So if, parent engagement shouldn't be all about fundraising, but you've now got to raise funds at the TDSB in order to rent a barbecue to have your free event. And I just find that shameful. This is all going to blow back on trustees. It will all blow back on us, a decision that we have not had anything to do with. So I implore you to figure out some sort of set of rules for community use of barbecues. I'll have to follow up with staff to see what we as trustees might be able to propose policy wise. But I do think we're in a bind at this point with this coming in as a procedure when it has like a really, really big political impact. So that's one thing. My question though is, do or will all of the bake sales and cultural food fair volunteers, and is everybody going to need to now have a safe food handling certificate?
Through the chair, we are only in this purchase or in this PR referencing barbecues because, that's typically food that has to be cooked. And so that is why we have referenced the safe food handling in this PR.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could, to Trustee Dawson, I do want to point out in this PR that we're not saying, and I will repeat this, we are not saying that only staff can prepare food or be involved in the barbecue. Where we are simply saying that for safety reasons, there should be some core people at the school who are handling the barbecue who have taken a food safety certification. It can be done online. It doesn't take very long. And if there are several people who are interested in taking it, there's usually a group discount. But it's, all about understanding what food handling safety involves. And heaven forbid that, there is a barbecue where that isn't understood and something happens. Because as I mentioned before, and you've mentioned too, there can be, several hundred people fed at that barbecue.
Yeah. Through the chair, there could be several hundred people fed at the barbecue, but I think my point is that, as far as the food handling, I don't dispute that's something that's necessary, but I do think it needs to be thoughtfully done through our budget process. $25 a person, you get 8 people certified, that's $200. Then they've got to spend $400 to rent a barbecue. Then they've got to spend another few hundred on food. That just makes it out of reach. So basically what we're saying is schools who don't fundraise a certain amount of money to be able to afford to pay part of their fundraising profit in order to facilitate free events, they just don't get to have a barbecue. So, there's these mounting costs, and I don't dispute that the food handling piece might be needed, but there's nothing in here to guide schools in how to pay for those food handling certificates. And, you're also assuming that people can access a course online in English and that they, have full command of written English and are able to do it. So there's just so many assumptions with community use of barbecues that there's so much of an impact to that here that I don't think has been thought through in a safety procedure for staff. So I get that this is for staff, but the impact is on the community by and large. Thank you.
Associate Director Zucker, do you have a comment to make?
I do, and I just wanted to address that. So I think it is somehow being linked to the staff, but it really is about those community barbecues too. And I'll be honest, a lot of the barbecues that we see at schools are barbecues that people had and then have gotten new barbecues and they've said, okay, I'm going to donate my barbecue to the school. And so what they're saying is this barbecue doesn't work for us anymore. We're getting a new one. Here's our secondhand barbecue. And yet we don't have any kind of procedures in place right now to ensure that that barbecue is safe. So we just want to ensure that our staff and our students and our community members are safe. And I understand that it may look like we're putting barriers in place, and it is making it more difficult, but safety is the number one priority for our staff, for our students, and for our families. And so that is the intention behind this. And so I don't think that there would be anything that we would be bringing forward that would differentiate this from a staff procedure. So I just want to make sure that it's not for us to keep staff safe, it's to keep everybody safe. How do we store them? Like, and if a propane tank is not stored properly, then there could be, who knows what could happen. And I don't even want to speculate, but because it hasn't happened yet, doesn't mean that we shouldn't protect everything from happening, because we don't want to be coming back after an incident happened where we're now saying, oh, we should have barbecue safety procedures. So we're being proactive in ensuring that our communities, our staff, our students are safe. I hear the cost aspect, and I think that that's something that we can take away, but I don't think that the procedure is going to have a lot of flexibility in the safety aspect of it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those comments. Would we ever, so, that this procedure is pretty extreme. Like, it basically says we're canceling the ability of schools to be able to own barbecues. And if part of the rationale is that they're owning these secondhand barbecues that are no longer wanted by their previous owners, would we ever explore having our own barbecue vendor that was TDSB approved, where we could ensure that the barbecues have a certain standard of quality, as well as, ability to store things properly? And like, would we, because we're talking about inspections of current barbecues, could we not just carry that over to new barbecues that schools could purchase through an authorized vendor?
Trustee Dawson, give me one moment. We just need to extend because we're at 11:30. Can we get a motion to extend by 10 minutes?
Trustee Earhart.
Thank you, and seconded by. I can't do it, right? No. Trustee Suskunaj, are you there? Or Trustee Pei? Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Wong?
Ziad is present.
Are you able to second this?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Dawson.
Sorry, I had.
So I'll respond to that, and then I'll
My
let
apologies.
Executive Officer Pachetti confirm. I think that that's something that we can take away, and that may be where we can provide some flexibility there, as long as we are ensuring that safe storage and everything else. So I believe that that's something that we could take away from this.
Thank you.
My apologies. We didn't vote on the motion to extend. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, go ahead.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker, Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Through the chair, given that the assets that are donated or previously purchased by the school are the school's assets, is it safe to assume that the expense then to annually make sure that they're safe, to protect everyone, would be the responsibility of the school and not the school council?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Can we further stipulate that, or I'm exploring the notion about barbecues that are rented for the purpose of serving the school community at information evenings and things that were not in themselves fundraisers, that too would be the expense and responsibility of the school and not the school council or the school community. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
And if the school, for a fundraiser, if a school was inclined to be willing to be supportive, could the school have the ability to cover the cost of the rental to support a fundraising activity at the school?
I believe so, but I will turn to Associate Director Zucker, who probably knows those rules better than me.
I think it would run along the same lines of rent or of paying for the barbecue. I think that the school budget would be, the principal would have that discretion.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comments or questions on that item. The next procedure, staff are sharing that it's not time sensitive, so that can be deferred to the next meeting. And now adjournment. May I get a mover and seconder?
Wong.
Trustee
Trustee
Wong.
Pei.
And seconded by Trustee Pei. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
In favor.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you to trustees. Thank you to our staff and governance team for a really long and effective meeting. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
And all, thank you.
You.
Thank you. Good night.